never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is preparing to plead guilty to violating United States espionage law at a court in the American territory of North Mariana before making his way back to Australia after striking a deal that sets him free. He won't face a prison sentence after serving time behind bars in the UK and at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, whilst fighting extradition to the US. His wife, Stella.
If everything goes well, Julian will be on a plane on the way to freedom.
Mr. Assange was responsible for one of the biggest leaks of classified material in American history back in 2010, a decision that US intelligence authorities long maintain put agents' lives at risk. His WikiLeaks site also published emails that Russian government hackers stole from Democrat Party servers in an effort to disrupt the presidential contest in 2016. But Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says there was nothing further to be gained by keeping Assange incarcerated. Caroline Malone looks at what's to come.
Julian Assange is due to appear in court in Saipan on Wednesday. 17 other counts against him were dropped. Following the sentencing, he is due to return to his homeland of Australia.
There are multiple casualties in Kenya after police and demonstrators clashed as huge protests against planned tax increases took hold in the capital, Nairobi. A section of the Parliament building was in flames as MPs sheltered inside, and gunshots have been heard across the city. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Russia's former defence minister Sergei Shoigu and the Chief of General Staff. The two men are suspected of committing crimes against humanity during the war in Ukraine. Israel's Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that ultra-Orthodox Jewish students must be drafted to the military. There's long been exemptions for conscription for the tens of thousands of young men registered in full-time religious study, but the conscription waiver has become a pressing social issue amid the ongoing fighting against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The move will likely send shockwaves through Israel's governing coalition, which is held up by ultra-Orthodox parties. Organisers of the Paris 2024 Olympics are still unable to confirm if the River Seine will be safe for athletes competing in the Games. From the French capital, Ross Cullen reports.
The aquatic leg of the triathlon and the long-distance swimming are both set to take place in the River Seine, but pollution levels in the water remain too high for safe competition, and the current is also flowing too quickly right now for the Olympic events to take place as planned. The Games are now under a month away, and the Mayor of Paris also promised to take a dip in the Seine to show it is safe, but she had to postpone that due to high levels of E. coli in the water.
And China's lunar probes returned to Earth following a nearly 2-month-long mission with the first ever samples from the moon's unexplored far side that could answer key questions about how planets are formed.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more today on the weekend attacks in the southern Russian region of Dagestan. They left more than 25 people dead, including 5 gunmen, who unleashed a terrorist strike on both Orthodox churches and a synagogue in the cities of Derbent and Makhachkala. Various Russian officials are intimating a connection between the attacks and Ukraine, although for years Dagestan has been a target of radical Islamist groups. Anna Nemtsova covers Russia and the Caucasus for the Daily Beast.
Russia is definitely shaken by this. We have not seen violence like that in Dagestan in years. I covered terrorist attacks in Dagestan in 2012, 2013, but a lot of Muslims from Northern Caucasus moved to Turkey, joined ISIS and other Muslim groups during the war, and the terrorism in general faded away in Russia. But now it seems to be rising again, and there is a new element. We've never seen an attack on Orthodox churches before. This is the first.
One Orthodox priest had his throat slit by the attackers, whose assault has raised fresh questions for Moscow about its security strategy in the region, amid reports that Chinese intelligence warned of increasing activity by terror groups in Dagestan.
Our top stories again. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is preparing to plead guilty to violating United States espionage law at a court on the American territory of North Mariana before making his way back to his home country of Australia after striking a deal that sets him free. He won't face a prison sentence after serving time behind bars in the UK and at the Ecuadorian embassy in London whilst fighting extradition to the US. And there are multiple casualties in Kenya after police and demonstrators clashed as huge protests against planned tax increases took hold in the capital, Nairobi.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty then, here we go. It is showtime. Thank you much to Josh Malloy kicking things off there. I saw he made a post here a couple hours ago Something along the lines, good Lord willing, this will be the final night as a family of 3. As the wife is due to give birth. All right, so good luck there, Josh. Hope all goes well. Smooth delivery. Soon to be a family of 4. How about that? Daddy for the second time. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, coming to you live from our secret bunker deep in the heart of the Earth's crust here in Southwest Ohio. All right, a few clouds out there. Tonight, 73 degrees as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And we'll kick things off, close out a Tuesday. Hey, what day is it? What day is it? Midweek coming on here. We will turn the page on the calendar, 26th day of June. Here we go. All righty, looking at our travelers' weather. My areas that really do not need additional rainfall are seeing a whole lot of it. At this hour, severe weather pushing through southern portions of Iowa once again, as many parts of Iowa continue to experience ravaging floods. At this hour, severe thunderstorms, 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail impacting Omaha, Des Moines, Atlantic, numerous counties across southern Iowa. Some strong storms over eastern Nebraska as well. Some of these storms in southern Iowa will be probably dropping into northern Missouri here over the coming hours. So as we see, forecasters expect powerful thunderstorms to keep on rolling through the Midwest on into the end of the month. There's only a few days left. Offering little relief amid, we've got historic river flooding that is going on. So much rain in that zone from southern Minnesota, southwest Wisconsin, northeast Nebraska, much of Iowa, that nearly a dozen major rivers are on the rampage. AccuWeather forecasters and social media producer Jesse Farrell said 16 different NOAA river gauges have already broken their all-time records, some by as much as 7 feet. Major flooding is ongoing or will commence on the Big Sioux, the Little Sioux, the Des Moines, the West Fork Des Moines, Vermilion, Cannon, the James River, the Rock, Cedar, and Minnesota rivers, with several stations setting new record-high water levels. Major flooding will occur on the Mississippi River at St. Paul, Minnesota this week. They tell us many stations along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers are projected to peak above flood stage through the week. As this surge of water flows downstream, it may take several weeks for that surge of water to cycle through the middle portion of the Mississippi. Government officials in Iowa are seeking an expedited presidential disaster declaration. In southern Minnesota, near Mankato, the Rapidan River dam, on the Blue Earth River, as we had reported, was near imminent failure. As of Monday, surging water has heavily eroded and damaged the side discharge channel of that dam. It's amazing it's still standing. Travel and shipping operations can be impacted potentially for weeks to come. Road closures and rail disruptions are likely to be inevitable as well. We did have a train bridge that runs over the Big Sioux River in North Sioux City, South Dakota, that experienced a partial collapse Sunday night as the river ravaged underneath. The river flooding event set in motion by this pattern that started back in mid-June. Round after round of thunderstorms, unloading a month's worth of rain in a matter of days for some, along with the winds, the hail, and even tornadoes. Sioux Falls, South Dakota picked up 6.33 inches of rain in a 72-hour period back in June the 20th through the 22nd. Ultimately, 10.8 inches of rain so far in June. That puts this June as the city's second wettest month on record. Minneapolis, another city running well above average for precipitation this month. 6.14 inches as of June 24th. Flooding of agricultural areas may last for weeks, as the vast areas of flat terrain in that region make it difficult for water to recede and the ground to dry out. To make matters worse will be additional opportunities for rainfall right on into the end of the month here. More days of heavy rain and severe weather ahead, with an area of high pressure positioned over the interior southwest or the southern plains. The increased threat of thunderstorm complexes, including potential derechos, long-lived straight-line winds from the north-central plains, the Midwest to the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley, right into early July. We had a long-lived complex of thunderstorms that advanced from Iowa, Wisconsin, and northern Michigan Monday night, reaching northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and southern Michigan this past morning. Those storms prompting ground stops at the airports in Chicago as they approached right during the morning rush hour. Storms will continue to pack damaging winds, large hail, and torrential downpours as they advance to the south and the east. Now, most of the northern plains and upper Midwest will catch a needed break from heavy rain as we progress through the upcoming day here Wednesday. These dangers will shift to the south and east. The severe weather risk returns to the northern and central high plains later on Thursday as a storm rolls through the interior northwest across the Rockies. That storm will help to enhance showers and thunderstorms in the southwest. Wind gust could be destructive. Well, we could be seeing gusts approaching 90 miles per hour, which has a higher likelihood of occurring east of the Rockies in the northern and central high plains. Large hail and isolated tornadoes could also occur. By the end of the week, one or more clusters of thunderstorms with flooding downpours, high wind and hail may cross the north central states as this system moves on to the east. Residents may get a reprieve from stormy weather for maybe a day or two over the weekend before the atmosphere reloads at the beginning of July, igniting additional rounds of heavy, potentially damaging thunderstorms. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, yes, you continue to contend with the heat. Heat advisories still in place for parts of southeastern Pennsylvania, much of central New Jersey. As we roll into a new day, Wednesday's going to be another hot one. But relief is indeed on the horizon for that part of the country. We'll delve more into that region of the USA coming up here in just a bit. Meanwhile, word came down Tuesday the National Weather Service had suffered a major data outage during a time of intense weather over the past week. Over the weekend, of course, millions of Americans hit with high temperatures and the flooding. Of course, in Iowa, Governor Reynolds declaring a disaster area for 21 counties in the northern region of the state. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem also declared a state of emergency due to the severe flooding there. Axios noted the telecommunications outage is part of a pattern of breakdowns during critical times and prevents life-saving information from reaching those areas that are being most affected. The outage has caused impacts to National Weather Service operations, including degradation of forecast and warning dissemination, disruption of data flows, and sluggish websites, according to the statement from the National Weather Service. Engineers worked overnight trying to restore some functionality, including the flow of weather forecasts and warnings. Progress continued to be made Tuesday morning. Initial investigation into the root cause uncovered a network hardware configuration issue, they say. Of course, as we anticipate and watch the heavy rains that continue through the week as rivers across multiple states continue to flood communities. All right, nearly a dozen major rivers, as we had just mentioned, are on the rampage as we speak. Well, there is Philly Dan. Did you have a nice warm day? It's going to be a hot one. I think you're going to be approaching the century mark again here for Wednesday, but the cooler weather is on the horizon. The end is near, as they say. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Hello, Jerry. Morning, everybody. Thank you all for everything you do for us. And Steve, thank you so much for an amazing show. Be safe out there, everybody. Jeffrey checks in from Florida. Hello to the overnight crew. There's Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and what day is it? What day is it? 74 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. I've got training videos to watch. So, hammer down and be safe. Oh, you got to love those training sessions, right? It doesn't matter how many years you've been on the force, you still have to go through all the updated training sessions, right? Hello to Roy. Good evening, good morning, whatever the case might be. I-77 northbound, there is Shorty, Mount Airy, North Carolina, 73 degrees, and we are Columbus bound. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. Good to have you on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 75 degrees, White Plains, New York. Hello, Larry. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. All right, checking in, Steve, and the overnight team. All the truckers keeping things moving out there on the highways. Pedal down. We're on Route 81 towards Roanoke. Sure is great to hear Steve on the airwaves. Thank you much. Marianne, hi there. She's in the house. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There is Buckeye Boy, now checking in from Effingham, Illinois, 77 degrees. Came through some pretty good lightning and some rain around Mount Vernon, Illinois. Looks like from the radar, things could get interesting here in another hour or so if those storms stay together, but they might lose some of their punch. Hope they do. Heard an interesting fact on the Bongino podcast that the husband of Dana Bash, who is one of the moderators at the presidential debate, was one of the 51 intelligence officials who actually signed the letter stating the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Now, we now know, as we all expected, that this is indeed legitimately owned by Hunter. I just find that quite interesting. Anyway, have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah. No, they're going to be totally, they're going to be totally impartial come Thursday evening, right? Very funny. Round the country, it's 844-844-3388. Phone lines are open. Who wants to be first out of the box as we kick off a brand new day?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example, Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we turn the page on the calendar, kick off a new day, let's get over to some of our industry headlines. First out of the box, it looks like a new streak has begun, but it's not in favor of American drivers. According to the numbers from the Petroleum Administration for Defense District, diesel fuel prices are either holding steady in most regions or have ticked up at least slightly. There's overall a slight increase in prices nationwide. National average up about 3 cents from $3.73 to $3.76. Largest increases regionally are two regions on the East Coast where diesel has raised on the lower Atlantic from $3.72 to $3.77 per gallon, and in the New England region jumping from $3.83 to $3.87 per gallon since the Father's Day weekend. California diesel prices remain largely unchanged at $4.91 per gallon. But this is the second week in a row that prices have indeed increased, even if slightly, after what had been a 10-week run of falling prices that ended on the week of June the 10th there. And yes, overall, it is costing you more to run your trucking operation. The American Transportation Research Institute this past day released the findings of the 2024 analysis of the operational costs of trucking. The current economic environment makes cost management essential to successful operations, according to PGT Trucking President Greg Troyan. ATRI's operational cost report provides the targeted cost and operational benchmarks necessary to identify operational opportunities to reduce expenses and how to best act on those opportunities in our fleet. The annual report analyzes line item cost, operating efficiencies, revenue benchmarks by fleet sector and size. Now, the overall marginal cost of operating a truck hit $2.27 per mile last year, while the increase was only 0.8% over the previous year. When surcharge protected fuel costs are excluded, marginal costs were up 6.6%. Overall, 2023 expenses rose moderately across most categories. Average cost across line item increased at least half the rates experienced during 2021 and 2022. Truck and trailer payments grew by 8.8% to 36 cents per mile. Driver wages grew by 7.6% to 77 cents per mile. Repair and maintenance cost up by 3.1%, 20 cents per mile. The exception to the trend was truck insurance premiums, which grew by 12.5% to 0.9 cents per mile after 2 years of negligible change. The soft 2023 freight market posed many challenges for operational efficiency, as tracked into the report. Deadhead mileage, a crucial financial drain, rose to an average of 16.3% for all non-tank operations. Driver turnover rose by 5 percentage points in the truckload sector. Those pressures, combined with low freight rates, straining profitability across the entire industry. Average operational margins were 6% or less in all fleet sizes and all sectors other than LTL. The truckload and specialized sectors experienced drops in per mile or per truck revenue. Most saw other cost expenses outside of the core marginal line items increase as a share of total revenue. Now, they also looked at an analysis of cost trends for this year and beyond, including the first-time carrier reported changes in the first quarter of 2024. It is 844-844-3388.
From a feature story news in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is preparing to plead guilty to violating United States espionage law at a court in the American territory of North Mariana before making his way back to Australia after striking a deal that sets him free. He won't face a prison sentence after serving time behind bars in the UK and at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, whilst fighting extradition to the US. His wife, Stella.
If everything goes well, Julian will be on a plane on the way to freedom.
Mr. Assange was responsible for one of the biggest leaks of classified material in American history back in 2010, a decision that US intelligence authorities long maintained put agents' lives at risk. His WikiLeaks site also published emails that Russian government hackers stole from Democrat Party servers in an effort to disrupt the presidential contest in 2016. But Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says there was nothing further to be gained by keeping Assange incarcerated. Caroline Malone looks at what's to come.
Julian Assange is due to appear in court in Saipan on Wednesday. 17 other counts against him were dropped. Following the sentencing, he is due to return to his homeland of Australia.
There are multiple casualties in Kenya after police and demonstrators clashed as huge protests against planned tax increases took hold in the capital, Nairobi. A section of the Parliament building was in flames as MPs sheltered inside, and gunshots have been heard across the city. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Russia's former defence minister Sergei Shoigu and the Chief of General Staff. The two men are suspected of committing crimes against humanity during the war in Ukraine. Israel's Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that ultra-Orthodox Jewish students must be drafted to the military. There's long been exemptions for conscription for the tens of thousands of young men registered in full-time religious study, but the conscription waiver has become a pressing social issue amid the ongoing fighting against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The move will likely send shockwaves through Israel's governing coalition, which is held up by ultra-Orthodox parties. Organisers of the Paris 2024 Olympics are still unable to confirm if the River Seine will be safe for athletes competing in the Games. From the French capital, Ross Cullen reports.
The aquatic leg of the triathlon and the long-distance swimming are both set to take place in the River Seine, but pollution levels in the water remain too high for safe competition, and the current is also flowing too quickly right now for the Olympic events to take place as planned. The Games are now under a month away, and the Mayor of Paris also promised to take a dip in the Seine to show it is safe, but she had to postpone that due to high levels of E. coli in the water.
And China's lunar probes returned to Earth following a nearly 2-month-long mission with the first-ever samples from the moon's unexplored far side that could answer key questions about how planets are formed.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you here on midweek at 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. We shared last evening, I believe, that UPS said Sunday it has entered an agreement to sell their Coyote Logistics business unit to RXO Incorporated. $1.025 billion. Based in Chicago, Coyote Logistics, a leading global third-party logistics or 3PL provider, working with 100,000 network carriers, managing 10,000 loads per day. The word was, as UPS positions itself to become the premium small package provider and a logistics partner in the world, the decision to sell our Coyote Logistics business allows a greater focus on the core business. That was the word from the Chief Executive Officer, Carol Tomé. Tomé had warned back in January that UPS would make what she called some bold moves to shore up revenues and stabilize their business after closing the books on a rough 2023. A selling price, though, of $1.025 billion is a far cry from the $1.8 billion that UPS had paid to acquire Coyote Logistics almost exactly 9 years ago. Under the terms of the agreement, RXO will pay $1.025 billion in cash. They will continue to serve UPS's brokered transportation needs under a contract that runs through January of 2030. The combination of Coyote Logistics and RXO's existing capabilities creates the third largest provider of brokered transportation in North America. RXO's chief executive officer noted the acquisition of Coyote immediately increases the scale of their brokerage business, providing customers with more capacity across a wide array of power lanes. We will realize significant synergies from the acquisition by quickly integrating Coyote's business into RXO and leveraging our cutting-edge technology. This will diversify our vertical mix and increase the number of customers that do more than $1 million in business with us by approximately 80%. This acquisition will provide RXO with both immediate and long-term opportunities for revenue and earnings growth, and will generate significant returns for shareholders. I believe I saw someone had sent me an email that I think UPS stock prices were up pretty healthy this past day. I'll have to pull that up, see if we can get the latest numbers. Let's jump to the phone, see what's going on. I believe Vic is going to join us first here on a Wednesday morning. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Steve. I noticed, did you do something to your left arm, or should I ask there? It looked like you had a cast or a wrapping.
Oh, it's a little bandage wrap. I cut it on the fence working over at my son's house the other day. It was deep enough to have 3 little stitches put in.
Oh, okay. Speaking of your son there, I know that there are 2 different origins for Stryker there. I imagine he was part of a Stryker group in Afghanistan, and that's probably why he come up with that name for his dog. I don't know.
Absolutely, that is correct. Yes.
Well, the odd part about it is that kind of leads into what I wanted to talk about with this deal with Hamas and Biden messing up all over the place, because I think those people that are protesting against Israel, I think part of their punishment should be that they should have to watch how the anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish thing came about in Nazi Germany, and the guy in charge of that was actually named Stryker, and he was hung at the Nuremberg trials. But he had quite an interesting story, and he assigned all the ills of Germany to the Jewish people and everything else. And when I seen a video of people, I think it was in Los Angeles, beating up on Jewish people and everything, I'm thinking to myself, have these people studied absolutely no history whatsoever? And the people they're taking the side of, the Hamas, they're a well-known terrorist organization. And it's like Biden, he's just kind of whistling along there, totally oblivious to everything. He definitely projects no power on the world stage. I don't care what anybody else says. And the whole deal with him going to Camp David to prepare for this debate coming up with Trump, knowing the past history of how everything works, I just wondered with CNN and all that, I'm just wondering, is he really preparing for the debate, or does he have the answers in advance and they're trying to prepare him, the questions in advance?
Right.
Are they trying to prepare him for the correct answers to give and trying to figure out how they can make it look like it's all just original, not staged in any form or fashion? And the stuff that the Biden administration is doing right now, as far as the actions they're taking, they have to have something up their sleeve for this election, and anybody can guess what that would be. But one of the examples that I could give you is, we've talked about renewable diesel and all that. Well, renewable diesel, that's like your soybean oil and things of that nature. And oddly enough, here a week or so ago, after the farmers went out there and worked to get the renewable diesel with the vegetable oils, Biden comes along and says, well, he's not going to put a tariff on used cooking oil coming from China. So basically, he was giving China a break to undercut our farmers. And it just one thing after another. So I don't know exactly what he's trying to prove, but we're doing absolutely nothing to project any power on the world stage, and the Houthis, I guess they've sank 2 or 3 vessels now there in the Red Sea. We're just doing absolutely nothing that is going to contribute to our strength or anything of that nature. And why he keeps bending over backwards to China is anybody's guess. And the deal in Ukraine, I guess he's kind of just been barely, I shouldn't say he, it's other people besides Biden. They're not really getting the weaponry to Ukraine that they need. And we're doing the same thing with Israel. It's like, a day late and a dollar short, as the old saying goes, instead of giving them the weaponry they need right now to cut this thing off. So, but the big thing is, as I look at all this stuff, I just have to wonder, by and large, what exactly are they going to try to do to steal this election? Because nobody in a political year, I wouldn't think, would take the actions that they're taking. It's like they're putting America last, and it's just beyond frustration for me. Maybe I'm making too much of it, but it really bothers me whenever I know the capabilities that we have. I mean, just the capabilities that I know about, and I'm sure we have a lot that I don't know about. I mean, we could put an end to all this stuff very quickly, and a lot of it financially. And then I don't know if you've seen that today or not, to where somebody's hacked into the Federal Reserve and they're trying to sell all this data back. And it's like, I don't know. I was watching Carl Higbee and that, and he said they're still using computers at the Pentagon that use floppy disks. I mean, it's like, where are we spending all this money that we don't have enough money to have the most recent technology? I mean, it just... I guess, like I said, maybe I'm too easily frustrated, but why we can't just put an end to all this thing? And people are testing us on every, I guess on every avenue that you can think of, but why we're failing the test miserably, I guess, just to make a long story short, whether it's North Korea and Russia getting together and all this, it just... I'm just wondering what exactly that the Democrats are up to. I mean, I know Biden's a puppet, and I pretty much feel like that, Obama and Valerie Jarrett, I think they're the puppeteers. And it just keeps going on and on and on, and the press has to know that, and all the lawfare against Trump. None of it's really standing up, but people just keep going right along with it, And even this debate thing, I mean, that's the most ridiculous debate I ever heard in my life. I mean, I don't know. I guess you took, some type of debating like when you were in high school or something, the high school debate teams or knew of them or whatever. And these really aren't debates. They're questionnaires.
Yep.
And they're so rigged. It's ridiculous. So I guess we'll just have to wait here a couple of days and see how it all comes about. But I think Biden will be pretty well, he will be pretty well prepped, not necessarily for the debate, because that's why they want to make sure that the debate stays focused right down a certain path, and that really doesn't give you a full measure of anybody. So I kind of rambled around there a little bit, but by and large, the whole thing is that I just don't understand what exactly the Democrats plan to do. It's anybody's guess, but I just don't trust them on this election. And I doubt very seriously if they will let Trump talk very much about the things that were going on there in the last election. And the one thing that really struck me as curious was whenever they shut down that auditorium there in Atlanta that night, I thought a main pipe had busted to it, and come to find out it was just an overflowing lavatory that they thought might mess up some ballots or something or whatever. So I don't know why they would have to shut down a whole auditorium just to fix an overflowing lavatory. I mean,
yeah.
So I don't know. But and not only that, only the par chief in Atlanta could shut the thing down anyway, according to Georgia law and Atlanta law. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what subjects they were broaching in that debate, but that's going to be one of the interesting things that when I'm going to try to watch it. I might have to give up on it, but the whole thing is I just want to see what subjects they really cover, because the subjects they will avoid will be the ones that they want to make sure the public doesn't really get to see Biden give an answer to, and Biden hid in his basement anyway, and all this stuff with COVID and everything. Now they're coming out and they're finding out. Fauci, he said, well, we really didn't know. Well, I will agree with that, but you should have learned as you went along, and they were still trying to pass that off as a pandemic. And this whole deal there I was talking about China. China's having floods and they're having droughts, and they're not really buying hardly any of our agricultural products right now. And they had a round with African swine fever in their hogs, and they also had a round with this avian flu there in their poultry flocks. So I don't know if China really is going to be able to feed all their people, and China is having a lot of difficulties right now. Financially, they would be pretty easily knocked off right now, and that way they couldn't be setting up everything to take world domination. And this is coming from NTD News, but they said that China actually has nonprofit organizations set up in their Chinese communities here in the United States that is getting money from the United States government for these financial organizations, which they in turn are using to bring people across our southern border. So I can't verify for the authenticity there, because it just can't. But NTD is pretty usually good on what they say. So I mean, it just amazes me that people would even think about voting for Biden. But again, who knows who has what invested? So with that, I'll just let you go there, Steve, before we get too far off in the weeds there.
All right. Thank you much, Vic. You have a great morning. And, all right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. I have updates on China and what is the purpose? There is something more than meets the eye with bringing all these thousands and thousands of Chinese nationals into the U.S. And why would their government actually be helping them get here? You maybe just try to put the puzzle pieces together. We have an update as well on as Joe Biden is hidden in the bunker there at Camp David. He's debate prepping. What are they prepping? Interesting report on that from this past day. First, let me get back. I had it totally wrong. I mentioned I thought UPS stock was up this past day. It was quite the opposite. It was down pretty dramatic at one point. I think by the end of the day, it was down just over 4%. It was actually, I knew I had seen somebody's stock was up dramatically. It was FedEx, the exact opposite. The full story is FedEx had forecast fiscal year 2025 profit above the analyst estimates this past day, anticipating that the cost reductions planned for the year will indeed deliver margin gains, even as revenue remains challenged by lackluster demand for parcel shipping. Shares of FedEx were up 15.3% at $295.49 a share in extended trading after the company targeted fiscal 2025 earnings of $20 to $22 per share, the midpoint of which was slightly above the analyst estimates of $20.92. Now, that helped investors shake off their concerns that gains from slashing cost and merging operations were diminishing. Memphis-based FedEx's earnings, excluding items, grew to $1.34 billion, or $5.41 per share for the fourth quarter that ended May 31st. Yeah, that was up from $1.25 billion, or $4.94 per share a year earlier. Operating margin also improved to 8.5% from 8.1%. Yeah, these results are unprecedented in this current environment. According to the FedEx CEO, we expect this momentum to continue in fiscal year 2025. So at the close of trading on Tuesday, FedEx shares had posted a 12-month gain of 10% versus a 12-month loss, 20% drop for the rival United Parcel Service. Again, they were, I believe, down 4% this past day. So, all right, we'll return right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we're not going to get mired down in all the debate talk coming up Thursday night. Undoubtedly, that will be a probably heavily discussed item come our casual Friday morning program. But I would like to share quickly that caller after caller throughout the past days, what have they been saying as far as Trump versus Biden, mano a mano on the stage, that Trump, all he really has to do is keep his cool, right? Don't go off the rails, don't go off the deep end, and lash out in a way that is, I don't know, would be unprofessional. He tends to do these sort of things, but it looks like that is part of the plan for Biden's preparation for this debate. What can we do to get under his skin and make him lash out? As part of debate prep, Joe Biden's aides are training him to trigger or get under the skin of Donald Trump when they square off Thursday, according to three familiar with the matter that spoke to NBC News. Biden and several aides left Washington last week, reportedly preparing for the presidential debate at Camp David. It's 9 o'clock Eastern this Thursday, by the way. NBC sources said Biden aides are prepping him for all kinds of tactics that Trump might employ, while sharpening his own attacks and insults ahead of Thursday. If I were advising Biden, I'd try to make fun of Trump. That was the word from former Vice President Dan Quayle. Try to ridicule him. That'll get him mad. Three familiar with Biden's debate prep told NBC that the president might reference the 2020 election, suggesting that Trump snapped and incited the January 6th breach. Yeah, the thinking among Biden's allies, they said, is Trump may lash out if he feels like a loser on the debate stage. He hates to be a loser. Aides are trying to prepare Biden to stay on topic at hand while also responding to Trump's policy proposals. Of course, they go into all these gaffes as of late. One Democrat operative says, I think our side has to make sure that we set the bar for Biden. We can't have it on the floor because right now merely showing up is a win. Yeah, this is a guy who's been in politics for 50 years, and we need to remind everybody, including journalists, he prides himself in being a strong debater. That would be, again, Joe Biden. But it is 844-844-3388. Back to your calls after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a U.S. court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. After spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy, a US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight, the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs is more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant deaths spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. The UN tells Israel it will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. A resurgent opposition gets ready for a face-off with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party in the Indian Parliament, forcing a contest for the post of Speaker for the first time in many decades. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Brand new day coming your way. How about looking weather-wise? Well, let's take a look here. Temperatures and humidity still ticking up for your Wednesday across the Northeast. But this latest surge will be short-lived. AccuWeather forecasters say as an approaching cold front triggers some gusty thunderstorms. On into Wednesday night, a large complex roared across the Midwest Monday night to Tuesday morning. And some of those thunderstorms continue to move along, reaching parts of the great eastern Great Lakes and central Appalachians tonight. But with the cold front still well to the west, thunderstorms later today will reignite in that building warmth and humidity. As far to the north as Ontario and Quebec, Canada, and as far to the south as the southern Appalachians. The risk of some of these storms packing strong winds, hail, and disruptive downpours will extend from upstate New York and southeastern New England all the way down into Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi in areas east of the Mississippi River today. Forecasters have outlined a moderate risk of severe weather for Wednesday afternoon to Wednesday night for the lower Hudson Valley of New York to the middle Mississippi Valley in Arkansas and Tennessee. A moderate risk. That means numerous storms are in store for that zone that can produce damaging winds, hail, and flash flooding. Portions of the New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and D.C. metro areas are in that moderate risk zone. They're along the I-95 corridor. Other major cities within or near the moderate risk zone will include Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Nashville, and Louisville, Kentucky. There is a caveat to extensive severe weather for Wednesday in the Northeast. Should the complex from the Midwest slice all the way through the Mid-Atlantic Tuesday night into early this morning, that would cool the air enough to limit thunderstorm activity. Later in the day, Wednesday, some of the strongest storms might be confined to the southern Appalachians with maybe only a bit of spotty activity further to the north on Wednesday afternoon and evening. But a separate complex may form further west over the Midwest Tuesday night. Now, that could also rob energy from some of the storms for the Northeast later in the day. A thunderstorm does not have to be severe to bring danger, though. Lightning, by far the most dangerous aspect of any thunderstorm that can strike without notice. In the wake of that front by Thursday, or where the rain and thunderstorms occur early in the day, Wednesday, your temperatures and humidity levels will again be trimmed back. Highs will trend down by maybe 10 to 15 degrees from your midweek peaks by Thursday. We'll be talking Thursday highs, upper 60s to mid-70s in the central and northern Appalachians. Mid-80s to near 90 along the lower part of the Atlantic coast. Following a refreshingly cool Thursday night, high temperatures Friday will indeed be several degrees lower than our high temperatures there come Thursday. A bit of relief is in sight. How hot were things in your neck of the woods this past day, Horse Feathers?
I guess it was up in the 90s there, they said, I believe, low 90s. Tomorrow's supposed to be mid to high 90s. Wednesday, well, I guess today now.
Right.
Yesterday was, so today now is supposed to be mid 90s, and they're talking like possibly 96, 97 there downtown. And, of course, then we're going to have the unsettled atmosphere, and the Orioles are hoping for any type of anything to happen now since they've lost 4 games in a row.
Uh-oh.
But anyways, I guess we're supposed to start out today by doing, hey, Mike. Did you know what day it is again, Your Honor?
Again,
really
yes.
Know what day?
Hump Day.
Again?
Yeah.
Why don't we just do this every day, and then it just won't feel like it's, because it already feels like we're doing it every day. We might just well do it every day then. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know. I had a bunch of things here. The debates, that sounds like a interesting thing, and I think you're right there. I think if they can do anything to get under Trump's skin to try to get him worked up, I think he just needs to sit back and just point and laugh. I think it's going to be more of a point and laugh show than anything else. But I think you're all on the same path as everybody else. That they've already fed all the answers, the questions and answers to the other side, and they're just got it all memorized, and whatever will happen that way. So I don't know. Maybe we've already decided about the whole thing, the way it's gonna work out. But I did see that there's a woman that's running against Larry Hogan there for the congressional seat there, the Senate seat. So I don't know. That was the one that was held by Ben Cardin. He retired. I still haven't figured out how you retired from a elected position, but I guess you make a career out of it somehow. But anyway, what else we got here? So I did happen to catch a little bit of the news. I want to see the weather there, just see what was going to come up for the upcoming week, because we have, 5, 6, 12, 25 parades to do this weekend, Your Honor, from Friday night to Sunday. I haven't figured out what's going on with 4th of July yet, because I know some people are celebrating this weekend before the 4th of July, and then the 4th of July is on Thursday, and people are celebrating Wednesday and Thursday, and then they're celebrating next weekend, too, the weekend after the 4th. This is like the longest drawn-out 4th of July celebration I think I've seen in I don't know how long now.
So technically speaking, what is? I mean, what is the 4th of July weekend? Is it this or the following? I really...
apparently, I guess it works out good, because if all your rest of your neighboring communities have their parades and fireworks on the first weekend before the 4th, and you have yours on the weekend after the 4th. So everybody can come to all of them. Hopefully they donate a little bit of money when they go there, because fireworks aren't cheap. So we'll see where it all ends up at. But in watching some of the weather, I saw this red box out there in the Ohio Valley area that encompassed the Cincinnati area. Were you in some unsettled atmosphere out there today?
You mean like rain or what?
Yeah, rain, thunderstorms, ugliness. They had a red box and all kinds of red and yellow and maroon and everything in right there in the Cincinnati area on our radar that they showed there from the Baltimore region.
Huh. No, he didn't have a thing. It was a beautiful day.
Okay.
Nothing.
Well, goes to show you how well our weather forecasters do. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow then? Probably will snow. Anyways, I don't know. We had a couple other things I was trying to remember here, and of course it never do at this point. But other than that, we're just riding up and down the Eastern Shore. We got the moon out there. China there, they got their rock? Have they brought their moon rocks back, or are they still in the process of transportation?
They arrived back this past day. That was, China has made space history once again this past day. That is correct.
Okay. So anyways, hey, one of the things I was trying to remember there, because you believe everything you see on the internet, right? When something's on Facebook or something, that's the absolute truth. They were talking about the 3 world leaders that are the most protected. And I forget what the third one was at this point. Can you want to guess what number 2 and number 1 were? We'll do them in that order. We'll do number 2 and then number 1.
Most protected.
I don't remember what 3.
Most protected world leaders.
Yep.
Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin.
You got it, but I was going to put it in a different order. You put Kim Jong-un was the number 1 protected leader, world leader.
Yeah.
And then Putin was 2. And as I say, I don't remember who they said 3 was, but it wasn't Biden. It was not our fearless leader. So I guess they don't worry about him too much there. Nobody's really wanting to bump him off. Or anything.
I've heard. I know Kim Jong-un. If memory serves, I think when if he's going to be dining, if he's eating somewhere, if he's, out of country, that he has someone else that has to eat the food that he's going to eat before he eats to see if they drop dead, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hey, Mr. Waiter, walk over here and take a bite of this and see what happens to you first.
Yep.
So, yeah, here, have a sip of my wine. See what happens to you. But I can only imagine. But you see the things they show of Putin, of the muscular person that he is and the strength that he is, and his old ways of military, and he just seems like one that you'd have a Secret Service type group around him, but you think he'd be the stronger one that would not want to show that. I don't know how much you really see we don't see enough of TV of what goes on over in that part of the world, but it'd be interesting to see how much of his security detail you actually see and how much is off in the wings, because he wants to project himself as a strong leader and not look like he'd have to be that well protected. But anyways, I don't know. But other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. As I say, we're just going to start getting ready for parades. As I say, we got five or six. I know there's one Friday night. Then we got one Saturday morning. We got one in the middle of the day Saturday. One Saturday evening. So that's up to 4. Maybe it's only 5. And then there's one on Sunday to do, depending on what the work schedule is. Because why would you have a parade at 6 o'clock on a Sunday night, Your Honor? I don't know. I know they're having their fireworks after it and all that.
Okay.
It seems like a Sunday before a work day, because there's no Monday holiday after that.
Right.
It just seems kind of odd that you'd have your parade at 6 o'clock on a Sunday night.
I'm thinking more people.
I guess it's a good way to.
I'm thinking more people are going to be like me. I mean, like I mentioned, I took so I'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then of course the normal have an extended weekend and be back at the grind after the 4th of July on Monday morning.
Yeah. Well, probably some businesses said, well, everybody can't do that. So there's probably some people that have taken the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, have the before weekend and then take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So then they get the Thursday and then have to go to work one day.
Well, you get almost
Friday
that's a 10-day weekend. Yeah. I mean, I could have taken Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, but.
So here, 2 last things. I did get a phone call the other night, and I got to return it there. Ironbeard called me and said I'm having trouble listening to the podcast. He didn't leave the message of why he was having trouble listening to the podcast, but he listens most of the time in the daytime now. So I don't know if he's. I didn't look at the overnightdriveradio.com app, or not the app, but the website there to see about listening to the podcast there. But I know when I try to listen to them in the daytime, I use TuneIn Radio. And the TuneIn Radio has always worked well for me. It's a free app. And I looked here last night on my way into the truck, and all the podcasts were right up to the date. I mean, your Tuesday, the 25th show was right there, ready to be played.
Okay.
So as I say, the TuneIn app I've always liked, because I absolutely refuse to use the iSuck Radio app. But that's beside the point. We all have our own reasons for not using iSuck Radio. So anyways, and the other thing he said was that he wanted to make sure that I realized that the final payment was due on the 8th of July there for our little outing to go on our fishing trip. Are you bringing a pole there? We're going to do some trolling off the back end there.
Don't get any wild ideas. That has been attempted before, and you will get yourself in a lot of trouble. Okay.
Yeah.
He called Ironbeard. He actually called in last evening, and he brought that up, and I can't understand how he's saying he didn't. I said, you got your original email to make your down payment, and then they had to have made their payment up to $250 a person by that May deadline. Wasn't it in May?
Yeah.
So you're
June.
going back to the same link to make your final payment. I mean, so he had that. I mean, I was a little bit confused about that because obviously they had to make their payment last month, and it's the same exact link, the same place.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I can say is that we're getting down here within a week of that date.
Correct.
So maybe if we mention it a couple times, maybe if everybody else had kind of forgotten it or put it on the back burner or hadn't paid attention to email like I don't pay attention to it, then maybe that'll help them remember they got to make their final payment if they want to go out there and bring their tube or their fishing pole or whatever, their skis, whatever we want to try to do there. So, but anyways, so that's about what we got going. I guess I've worn out enough time here babbling about mostly nonsense. So, other than that, I will say that here's the very last thing. This is the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day truck convoy donation time got stretched out and went on from Father's Day. They extended it all the way to the end of June. So I'll stop bothering everybody now for that. But if you procrastinated long enough like I always do and you wanted one last chance, if you go to the wishconvoy.org and you look for Will Tutton or Horse Feathers or whatever you want to try to find there, you can still make a donation and count towards this year and see if, I don't know. I don't think I'll stay number one, Your Honor. There's no way I can stay. $11,000 is just not enough to stay number one. And I did have a goal of 15, but I was very, very pleasantly pleased to get to 11. So if we stay there, we're good. But if we get more, we'll be even happier for the kids. But heck, if somebody out there wanted to find a company that wanted to donate a little more or help a little bit and wanted to kick in a little bit and make Horse Feathers number one and with a little bit of a substantial contribution. So I don't know. I looked, I've been banging on doors, but I haven't found it myself yet. Somewhere or another, I'll find my Michael Jordan.
There you go.
Somewhere I'll find my Michael Jordan. It'll give me $10 million, Your Honor. Michael Jordan donated. So
very good.
Hey, with that,
good
we'll
luck on that. All right. Happy Hump Day. Have a great day. And I figured out what he was talking about. The Baltimore weather was showing the map with all the pretty red yellows and in reds for the coming day in our area. That wasn't for yesterday though. That's for later Wednesday into Wednesday night. Yeah, that's where you've got the moderate risk of severe weather that extends from all the way back toward Little Rock, right on up through Nashville, right through the heart of Kentucky, Lexington, Louisville. Cincinnati is in the middle of that as well, as we mentioned earlier, on up to Pittsburgh and New York City, that broad zone. So that's for later today. But we had a beautiful day on Tuesday. And what we're obviously watching is some of those complexes of thunderstorms that are now impacting at this hour. I mentioned in hour one, southern Iowa, those strong storms are now prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. Numerous counties, north central Missouri, northwestern Missouri. So I'm looking here, from Rockport to Grant City, Bethany, Trenton, Missouri, Chillicothe. I mean, that entire zone. What are they saying? 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail is pretty much the breakdown with all those severe thunderstorm warnings, and they continue to drop off to the south and southeast. They're in northern, and if they hold together, they're all progressing gradually to the east, right? That's what's going to make for a very active day ahead. That's 844-844-3388. So Vic had brought up the Chinese that are pouring into this country. We've been talking for quite some time about the Chinese purchasing land in our country. What gives with that? Chinese land purchases near strategic military bases in the United States are causing even more concern about the amount of political and strategic power that country wields here in America. In recent years, entities out of the People's Republic have purchased countless acres of U.S. farmland, some of it near military bases critical to our national security, right? Yeah, the purchases and other apparent infiltration of the American homeland underline an alarming fact about China's ability to project power. According to the New York Post, Chinese investors own more than 349,000 plus acres across the United States. At least 19 of these foreign holdings are located in worrying proximity to domestic military bases. Important posts include Fort Leonard Wood, Fort Irwin, the Yuma Proving Ground, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The last installation is maybe one of the most troubling. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base hosts personnel assigned to the Nuclear Command, Control, and Communication Integration Directorate. The directorate advises the Air Force Global Strike Command and Nuclear Command, Control and Communication Weapon Systems, the technical architecture, and informs key decisions regarding investment and modernization, according to an Air Force fact sheet. It's also responsible for the weapon systems configuration management, system tests, system verification, system certification. Wright-Patterson not only plays a key role in the maintenance and modernization of our nuclear stockpile, but it also houses a number of strategic air wings, as well as intelligence and research centers. Now the base is neighbors with a property owner out of China. Of course, a country infamous for exerting powers and privileges in supposedly privately held companies. Are we really to believe all these base-adjacent real estate being purchased across the country is simply it's just a coincidence? We have to pause there. News break.
From a Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is preparing to plead guilty to violating United States espionage law at a court in the American territory of North Mariana before making his way back to Australia after striking a deal that sets him free. He won't face a prison sentence after serving time behind bars in the UK and at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, whilst fighting extradition to the US. His wife, Stella.
If everything goes well, Julian will be on a plane on the way to freedom.
Mr. Assange was responsible for one of the biggest leaks of classified material in American history back in 2010, a decision that US intelligence authorities long maintain put agents' lives at risk. His WikiLeaks site also published emails that Russian government hackers stole from Democrat Party servers in an effort to disrupt the presidential contest in 2016. But Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says there was nothing further to be gained by keeping Assange incarcerated. Caroline Malone looks at what's to come.
Julian Assange is due to appear in court in Saipan on Wednesday. 17 other counts against him were dropped. Following the sentencing, he is due to return to his homeland of Australia.
There are multiple casualties in Kenya after police and demonstrators clashed as huge protests against planned tax increases took hold in the capital, Nairobi. A section of the Parliament building was in flames as MPs sheltered inside, and gunshots have been heard across the city. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Russia's former defence minister Sergei Shoigu and the Chief of General Staff. The two men are suspected of committing crimes against humanity during the war in Ukraine. Israel's Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that ultra-Orthodox Jewish students must be drafted to the military. There's long been exemptions for conscription for the tens of thousands of young men registered in full-time religious study, but the conscription waiver has become a pressing social issue amid the ongoing fighting against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The move will likely send shockwaves through Israel's governing coalition, which is held up by ultra-Orthodox parties. Organisers of the Paris 2024 Olympics are still unable to confirm if the River Seine will be safe for athletes competing in the Games. From the French capital, Ross Cullen reports.
The aquatic leg of the triathlon and the long-distance swimming are both set to take place in the River Seine, but pollution levels in the water remain too high for safe competition, and the current is also flowing too quickly right now for the Olympic events to take place as planned. The Games are now under a month away, and the Mayor of Paris also promised to take a dip in the Seine to show it is safe, but she had to postpone that due to high levels of E. coli in the water.
And China's lunar probes returned to Earth following a nearly 2-month-long mission with the first ever samples from the moon's unexplored far side that could answer key questions about how planets are formed.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Real quick, let me get back to the whole. As we've been talking for several years now, China buying all these properties in the proximity, strategic proximity, right? It's just an innocent coincidence. Nothing to see here. Now, they said, seen in the light of other disturbing facts about China and its activities against our country, these land purchases obviously become more concerning. Recently, we had, of course, the surveillance balloon launched by China that transited much of the continental U.S., oddly enough, passing military posts and other sensitive sites along the way. Other balloon launches have passed over enemies of China and strategic locations. This administration was either unwilling or unable to stop the balloon over the mainland until it cleared a vast majority of the country. Countless Chinese are among the millions who are pouring over the southern border. It is unknown how many people from China have crossed into the United States. Amid the swarm over the border, it's likely that foreign governments have used all this chaos to infiltrate their own agents into American territory. For those who have been around long enough, it is pretty clear on the morning of September 11 of 2001, it became very clear what a small but well-organized, dedicated group is capable of. Just 19 men took active part in the multiple coordinated hijackings on that Tuesday morning, reshaping the world as we know it, literally in a matter of hours. Now, just imagine what a few hundred dedicated people could do, especially with heavy foreign investment and access to acreage near U.S. military installations. You know, it's just another day, another scenario where we're talking about these bad players, bad characters that continue to pour into this country. Speaking of which, I know I have a story printed up here, and we'll pull that up. The latest, where there is basically another concerning plot that may be unfolding. Terrorism in this country. Why? Because that southern border remains wide open. Let's see what's going on with Eagle this morning. How we doing on a Wednesday, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? I'm at a truck stop right now, getting ready to roll out. Before I get to this deal in Houston and get to the debate, Steve, I wanted to talk about John Force again tonight, and they say that he remains in ICU. I've been in the ICU room before. I had to have some wisdom teeth pulled out about 15, 20 years ago, and I got infected, so I was in the ICU.
Eagle, are you there? Check 1, 2. Are you still there? Yeah, I think we may have lost our connection. Sounded like I did a quick search before the program looking for an update on John Force, and nothing new. I can't really find anything as far as any mention of actual injuries suffered in that. Everything is from nearly a day ago. And we had last evening where they said ICU doctors were moving very slowly, and they would disseminate information in the coming days. And again, I did not see any sort of update from this past day. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. I found the story I was looking for there. Yeah, another day. Another talk of concern about potential terrorists entering our country. This is significant. The Department of Homeland Security does not know the whereabouts of roughly 50 illegals who are subjects of concern. They were part of more than 400 brought into the United States by an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network, according to NBC News this past day. Those 400 were released into the U.S. per Biden administration border policy because they weren't on the terrorist watch list. Again, from NBC News. More than 150 have been arrested, some deported. Homeland Security knows the whereabouts of another 200 scattered across 17 states. However, there are 50 or so roaming the country that are actively being searched for by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, according to the report. The worry is an unknown number of the 400 are possibly linked to ISIS or its offshoot known as ISIS-K. Illegal migrants possibly from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, and Russia. The fact that the whereabouts are unknown is clearly alarming, says the former FBI counterterrorism section chief, Christopher O'Leary. ICE has charged more than 150 arrested with immigration violations, a charge they will use against the remaining 50 if they find them. O'Leary says, I believe they're scrambling to locate these individuals, and using the immigration charges is not uncommon. They are in violation of the law, and If you need to take somebody off the street, that's a good approach to do it. None of the 150 have been charged with terrorism-related offenses. But this just 2 weeks after we were talking 8 Tajik natives with suspected ties to ISIS arrested in New York, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. Further, a separate report last week said more than 1,500 Tajiks have entered the U.S. through the Mexican border between October of 2020 and last month. The Republican-led Homeland Security Committee sent a letter to DHS Monday requesting the unredacted version of the DHS Office of Inspector General's report that was released on June the 7th that found that DHS is failing to adequately screen and vet these asylum seekers. Hello? Committee Chair Mark Green highlighted part of that June 7 report, and he wants answers. The Department of Homeland Security's technology, procedures, and coordination were not fully effective to screen and vet non-citizens applying for admission into the United States or asylum seekers whose asylum applications were pending for an extended period. Although Customs and Border Protection deployed new technologies to enhance traveler screening, it could not access all federal data necessary to enable complete screening and vetting of non-citizens seeking administration or admission into the United States. That was part of the Office of Inspector General's report. And what has changed? And you look at the numbers there. 1,500 Tajiks. We've got 50 ISIS-related, just wandering our country at this point in time. Who knows where, who knows what they are plotting and when they might act. Why? You think they might ask Joe Biden about that Thursday night? Yeah, right. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Oh, boy, we living large in Reno, son. I'm
Reno!
We rocking and rolling, baby.
How's the rodeo?
We rocking and rolling. Oh, the rodeo's been good, man. Rodeo's been fantastic. Sold out crowds every night. We got to watch the Stutson boys make their return to rodeo this week, and Rusty won it tonight in the Saddleback riding, and Stetson got hurt during the Saddleback riding, and he did not get to ride the bull, so he, let's just say the horse step, we rearranged his conans for him. But
oh, boy.
He was in a lot of pain. So.
You think?
Yeah, but it's been a man. Steve, we have had an awesome time out here. I have paid the light bill until this morning. And the lady luck turned around, baby. I got on a hot street, and I'm about $450 to the good, so I'm happy right now. Debbie, she held her own. If it hadn't been for her, I'd have been broke a long time ago. I wouldn't be able to play no more. So everything's going good. But, Steve, you touched on something a while ago that I wanted to bring up. At the rodeo tonight, we had 10 Muslims in their garb sat right in front of us. And they was, they was behaving themselves until the Star Spangled Banner was played, and then half of them sat down. And I told Debbie, I took pictures of it and everything, and it really, a lot of people sitting around us, it didn't sit well, but everybody was behaved, they let them do what they had to do, and all that. But the other thing I want to say is, a year makes a big difference. All right, last year when we was out here, they didn't have hotel staff to clean the rooms every day. And they was telling you, if you needed clean sheets, anything, just throw them in the hall, and they would throw them in you can make your own bed, and, more or less clean your own room up. Well, they got an ample staff out here now. Ain't a damn one of them could talk no English. None. And you try to talk back and forth. So I'm just wondering if half of them 150 they looking for ain't in Reno working at the motels. I mean, it's scary, man. It's really scary. But other than that, man, we have had a fantastic time. We're going on the SS Minnow tomorrow on a tour of Lake Tahoe and go cruise around out there on it. But we've been drinking. I tell you what, they serve premium beer. They don't serve no skull busters out here. Everything. This is Coors country out here, baby.
Oh,
they drink them Yellow Jackets.
And you're telling me that's premium beer, huh? Premium. Wow.
That's premium beer. They just sponsor the rodeo, man. They got them little Coors girls running around in little skinny Daisy Dukes. I hope you get your eyes full. I damn sure have. I'll sure have get my eyes full. Yeah, she said you can look, don't touch.
Well, let me ask you, Gouger, how many programs have you purchased this year?
Programs? Would you believe that those little girls wasn't there this year?
No? Oh, okay.
No, but I did. Two of those. I don't know where them kids come from. And there was two kids standing there. I want you to listen to this. They were standing there in front of me. And they was trying to get the money up to buy some French fries. And they was about 7, 8 years old. Might have been a little bit little than that. They was participating in the mutton busting. And the guy said, y'all short a couple of dollars here. I said, I got it. You know, go on. I'll take care of it. I'll buy you dinner for you. You know, and I don't know where the parents were or what, but they were just moseying around in the crowd over there. And I went back to Deb. I said, she said, who's them kids? I said, hell, I reckon they belong to this rodeo, and you know, they got little stickers on them saying they're mutton busting. I bought the dinner for them, but that was kind of shocking. But the little girl with the programs, I hadn't seen them this year. David said they finally found another sucker to take care of them this year. But see, we've had a fantastic time. Something else I will tell you is I don't believe I'll ever fly Southwest Airlines again.
Oh yeah.
They have cut the capacity in them planes. I mean, you know, every one of the flights has been just packed. And I mean, you sit down in this seat and you can't move. I mean, there's no room no leg room, no nothing. And I told Deb, I said, no, I ain't flying them no more. I'll find me something. We'll fly Delta or something, then we come back.
Well, were you and Debbie actually, were you able to sit side by side? I mean, a lot of times people get split up on Southwest too.
Well, you know, Steve, I pulled a handicap card on Southwest, and we the first ones to load when they start loading people.
Okay, yeah.
You know, so anyway, we always get them front seats that's right there where you got the leg room.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of leg room right there, but you can't twist, you can't turn. And we had this old boy got on the plane beside us, and he sat down there beside David. And David looked at me, I feel like a damn sardine. I said, I'll change with you, you know, if you gonna get, no, I'm all right. Boy, and I tell you, that was the longest 4-hour flight I ever had in my life. But everything going good, man. I told you we were reporting, and we were gonna call you earlier. And we was waiting for the see if Stetson was gonna ride the bull, and we never did see him. So I never seen him on the back of the chute. And I told Deb, I said, you know, the rodeo's been good, but I'm gonna tell you something, Steve. The bull riding, we ain't seen nobody ride a bull in 2 days. I mean, they throw them off. I don't know if they got a bunch of rookies or whatever, but the bull riding ain't been all that great. But everything else has been awesome. I mean, the saddleback, bareback, barrel racing, it's all been good, man. Greatest sport on dirt.
There you go.
So we just checking in with you.
Right.
I'll let you know if we survive.
How many more days you got left? Does that run to the end of the week or through the weekend? Or?
Yeah, we gonna leave Friday.
Okay.
We're going to rodeo again tomorrow night, and then we gonna leave Friday, and I'll call tomorrow night and let you know if we survive the SS Minnow. And but I just wanted to check in with you, tell you hello, man. Have a great time. Wish y'all was out here.
Thank you very much. All right, have a good time there. Hello to the better half, and Be safe.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Horse Feathers had asked the question, did we get the moon rocks back? Well, not us, but China. China has made spaceflight history yet again. Yeah, their robotic Chang'e 6 mission. Actually returning material from the moon's mysterious far side this past day. Something that had never been done before. The milestone moment occurred Tuesday at 2:07 a.m. Eastern Time, right about 24 hours ago, when the Chang'e 6 return capsule landed in China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. The Chang'e 6 consists of 4 modules: the lunar lander, return capsule, an orbiter, and an ascender, a small rocket carried by the lander. Launched on May the 3rd, arrived in lunar orbit 5 days later. On the 1st of June, touching down inside the Apollo crater, which lies within the South Pole Atkin Basin, which is a 1,600-mile-wide impact feature on the moon's far side. Collected about 4.5 pounds of lunar material using a scoop and a drill. The precious cargo loaded aboard the Ascender on June 3rd, then met up with the mission's orbiter a few days later. The orbiter, carrying the samples in the return capsule, began headed toward the Earth on around June 21st. The sample's long journey coming to an end this past day with the return touchdown of the capsule. The Chang'e 6, not the first successful lunar sample return mission. The Soviet Union and the United States and China have all brought back material from the Earth-facing side, but those precious efforts all collected dirt and rocks on the near side, always facing the Earth. The far side, which is very different from the near, for some reason, is more difficult to explore because the far side faces away from Earth. A relay satellite required to communicate with the spacecraft that operate there. The far side, therefore, is very little studied, so scientists are pretty excited to get a close-up look at these samples, which I'm not really not understanding why one side would be so much different than the other. This material could help answer some vexing questions about the solar system's early history. For example, the SPA basin, they say formed 4.26 billion years ago, a few 100 million years after most lunar craters, which were blasted out by asteroids and comets during a violent stretch known as the Late Heavy Bombardment. Was the SPA formed during, as a part of that Late Heavy Bombardment, or was it a separate event? Now, they say by obtaining precise dates for the basin and the craters overlaying it, we will better be able to understand the moon's history. This also has implications for understanding the origins of life on Earth. So says the Planetary Society. Okay, all this stuff, it's the things science fiction is made of, but we'll get back to your calls coming up here as we hit the top of the hour, get a news break, cross it into another brand new day in the Mountain Time Zone at this hour. So if you'd like to chime in, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. After spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy, a US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight. the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs is more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant death spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. The UN tells Israel it will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. A resurgent opposition gets ready for a face-off with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party in the Indian Parliament, forcing a contest for the post of Speaker for the first time in many decades. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back at it here. Another hour underway as we roll into midweek. Hump Day coming on. Yeah, early morning hour of big time thunderstorms. Eastern Nebraska, northern Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. We've got trees down, power lines down, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, nickel-size hail, according to the emergency management there from the Weather Service office in Kansas City, Pleasant Hill, Missouri at this hour. That's the line that had been dropping through southern Iowa as we crossed over the midnight hour Eastern time, now dropping headed to north central, headed into central portions of Missouri, and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings there in southeastern Nebraska as well. This early Wednesday morning. Now, in what forecasters tell us could be a pretty active day as far as severe weather. Moderate risk extends along a large swath from portions of Arkansas all the way up into upstate New York as we progress through the day. Meanwhile, an updated story we had reported on the compressed natural gas truck explosion here a few months ago. Firefighters who were injured in that explosion caused by CNG fueling a burning semi-truck are now filing a lawsuit against multiple parties for that incident. Now, this is going back to February, a little before 7 a.m. in Los Angeles, California, in an industrial area near the Port of Los Angeles in Long Beach. According to the LA Times, firefighters were called to the scene when the truck caught fire. They approached the fire as they would any incident involving a commercial vehicle on fire. Within minutes, that semi exploded, injuring 9 firefighters, including 2 that were critically injured. Investigation into the incident revealed that the commercial vehicle was powered by compressed natural gas stored in tanks on the truck, which led to the massive explosion. Yet 911 responders and firefighters were not notified of the natural gas tanks by the truck driver, and the tanks storing the gas did not show any written warnings or indications of that potential danger. 7 of the firefighters involved in the response to that fire have now filed a lawsuit in the Los Angeles County Superior Court, alleging the compressed natural gas was stored in a tank with both design defects and warning defects, making them unsafe and dangerous for use by the consumer. The lawsuit names Hexagon Agility, Daimler Truck North America, the trucking company, and the truck driver, Shawnee Sutton. Suit claiming the firefighters were hurt and physically injured, sustaining medical bills, loss of earnings, pain, suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, and other damages, and will continue to sustain such damages in the future. It is unacceptably dangerous that a truck running on compressed natural gas can fail like this, exploding in the middle of a city street like a bomb, as opposed to releasing pressure safely. That according to the attorney representing the firefighters. This would not have occurred had the product not had hidden defects preventing the safe release of pressure. Daimler says they do not comment on pending litigation. Hexagon Agility did not respond to request from the LA Times there. So I thought that was pretty much, horse feathers could vouch for you. We've seen where you have fires with propane, natural gas. They've got the release valves, whether it's rail car, small tanks, large tanks. They're all supposed to release that pressure when they get to a certain temperature. All right, Eagle made it back through here. I think you lost your cell there earlier. Welcome back. Take two.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We got you. Welcome back.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to the phone the first time, but I appreciate you putting me back on. Yeah. Listen, Steve. I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. I want to try to give an update on John Forrest. I don't know if you heard any new information about him.
No.
From what I'm understanding, he's still in the ICU room. I'm surprised. I thought his family would have came out. His wife or his one of his daughters might have came out with some information about his situation. I think it might be a little bit more than what they're giving out. I think he probably had some kind of head injuries. Just as, when you hit a wall going 300 miles an hour, he probably has broken bones. I know those cars are safe, but I'm pretty sure he has broken bones because he had a wreck back in 2007 in Dallas, Texas, and he sustained a lot of injuries, and it was a bad accident, but it wasn't as bad as this one. And he had a broken leg and hand and some other things. So this time there's no telling, what type of injuries he has, but I'm pretty sure he has some type of injuries. And like I said, the NHRA, they're not giving no new details. And I looked on the Googled his name tonight, and they're just saying that he's in ICU.
Right.
And they're not saying what his injuries are and when he might, and when his race team or anybody might get some information. Because they got a race coming up this weekend. I forgot where they're supposed to be at this week, but they didn't say if they had another driver for his car this weekend. I don't know what track they're gonna be at this week, but I don't think they're gonna run his car this week, John Forrest's car. So yeah, like I said, I was just checking with you to see if you had heard anything new, but because I haven't heard anything new since I talked to you yesterday. Did you say you haven't heard anything either?
Not a thing. I did a quick search, and everything that I could find was like 18 hours or older, and so nothing this past day. Not a thing.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like I say, I looked at Google. I Googled his name, and there's, like you say, 15, 18 hours of old information. So, I don't know what the hell is going on. So hopefully they'll update it in the next day or so, and let his fans, the fans have a right to know what's going on. These people, he has a lot of fans, so people support him. They wish him the best, So hopefully they'll update people and let them know what the hell's going on. Okay, now Steve, the next thing I want to talk about is this situation in Houston that happened with this girl. Some more very disturbing details came out again today. I told you yesterday that they found a video of the sexual assault. These clowns made a video of them doing what they did to this girl. Okay. Now they said that they were in contact. Well, one of them had a beard. If you look at the surveillance video, both of them shaved their beards off to try to hide their identity after they did what they did. And then they said that they were planning on trying to get the hell out of town, trying to get back to across the border, back to Mexico or wherever, Venezuela, because they said that I don't know who they contacted, but they said they had contacted somebody and was trying to get the hell out of the U.S. because they knew that they was in trouble for what they had done, but they didn't get out of town in time. So as far as that go, and the other guy was in court. Like I said, they gave him a $10 million bond. Like I said, they don't even deserve a bond, but they're not gonna be able to make that bond anyway. But yeah, like I said, people in Houston are outraged. I still got family that live in Houston, even though I don't live there no more. And people are, they're not very happy with what transpired. And like I said, the bad part about this deal, Steve, is that these guys, they came back in through Texas. I think they said they came in through El Paso less than 30 days ago. In less than 30 days, and they already took somebody's life. So it's a very bad situation. And the sad part about it, Steve, is that Joe Biden and the Democrats, they still haven't shut the border. They got TV sets, they got news reports, radios. They hear what's going on, and yet they still haven't made a decision that they should have shut the damn border down after that girl in Georgia got killed, and that was months ago. So it's obvious that what these people are not going to do anything because they're more concerned. And it's really a damn shame, Steve. They're more concerned about getting Joe Biden reelected. And, remember I told you way back in January, I thought that I didn't even think Joe Biden could stoop that low, Steve, to let somebody vote in our election that wasn't a U.S. citizen. These millions and millions of people that's coming in. That's the goal. That's the ultimate goal. Because they know that any rational thinking American with a brain in his head would not stoop to their level to go vote for Joe Biden after what he has done for 3 years. So they have to go to another third world countries to bring these people in because these people are desperate for a new lifestyle, a new way of life. So they're going to vote for Joe Biden. And you can bet your last dollar that those people are not going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, like I told somebody today, why would you vote for Donald Trump? When he has already said first day he get in the White House, he gonna ship those people back out of the damn country. So you and I both know who those individuals gonna vote for, and I promise you the Democrats know it too. So they're willing to lose lives, Steve. They're willing to lose innocent women and kids' lives in the process of getting Joe Biden reelected or whoever the hell they want to get reelected, so they can continue ruining the U.S. in this really sad, and I do mean sad situation. And like I told you last night, Steve, as far as the debate goes on Thursday night, I'm ready. I already got my popcorn. I got the TV set up. I'm headed home right now to make sure that I'm sitting in front of my set on Thursday to see this. But I'm not gonna get disappointed because these people are as crooked as they're as crooked as Donald Trump say. He used to say they were going by what he said in his the deal in Philadelphia over the weekend. He said these people were crooked as a $2 bill, but he said I'm not gonna say that no more because they make $2 bills. He said they're as crooked as a $3 bill because they don't make three, and that's exactly right. Now, you and I both know that as far as I'm concerned, they're not going to ask Joe Biden about the immigration. They're not going to ask Joe Biden about these two innocent, the girl in Georgia and the girl in Houston that got killed. They're going to ask them damn questions. They're not going to ask them about the economy, why the gas prices are sky high, why the food prices are sky high. They're going to lowball him and give him the easiest possible questions out there. And but from what I'm understanding, Steve, I don't know if you got this new information. I got this during the day, and I'm shocked as hell. They said that the judge in this New York City case has taken some of the gag orders off of Donald Trump. So that means that Donald Trump is free to speak about Stormy Daniels and this Michael Cohen loser. So it'd be very interesting to hear what he has to say if he says anything on this debate stage about these two people. Like I say, I'm shocked that judge released some of those gag orders. I thought he was going to keep that into the damn election to make sure Donald Trump didn't have nothing to keep his damn mouth closed. But for some reason, he decided to get rid of some of them gag orders. But like I say, you could best believe that Jake the Snake, and that's what he is a snake, that they're gonna definitely try to lowball Donald Trump and give him the hardest possible questions, and they're probably gonna, if he doesn't give them the answer that they want, they're gonna call him a liar, say you're not telling the truth, and then when he tries to explain why they say that, they're gonna cut his damn mic off. and as far as Joe Biden goes, you know, like I said, they're gonna give him the easiest possible questions as possible, and then when Donald Trump tries to respond to that, they're gonna give him a couple of seconds, and then they're gonna cut his mic off again. Donald Trump will not have this is like, Steve, like I told you a couple of months ago, this is like going into a football game or a basketball game and all the referees are paid off in supporting your team. Like if the Dallas Cowboys are playing the San Francisco 49ers, this is like the Dallas Cowboys going to San Francisco and playing them, and all the referees are bought and paid for by the 49ers. This is basically what Donald Trump is going into on Thursday night. He's going into a rigged competition where the cards are stacked against him. So it'll be very interesting to see what takes place on Thursday night. Only thing I have to say, Steve, is that if Donald Trump, he decided to go see them, but Donald Trump should have also requested that they go to his venue, that Biden would come to his network or some network that's going to show Donald Trump a little bit of favoritism. That would have been the only way I made that deal. I'll go to CNN, but you're going to have to go to my network. You're going to have to go to my people, so I get a fair chance too. If they wasn't willing to make that deal, then I would have told them to kiss my ass, and the deal is off. And thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Hello to Hillbilly. Good morning, Steve. Hey, did they say if it was distracted driving that caused the person to get hit on I-75 yesterday morning in Monroe? Prayers for his family and the people who witnessed it. Well, we finally got everything moved to our farmhouse. Hopefully, this will be my last move for me for the rest of my life. I so much despise moving. 4th of July coming up a week from now. Remember, everyone, you get to throw the firecrackers before they explode. Always enjoy the free shows as I drive during the nighttime hours. If I remember right, America will be turning 249 years old. We're fixing to warm up dinner and listen in for a while, then check my eyelids for leaks. Everybody keep it between the lines, be safe, and have a great show. The update I had seen, Eskimo Mom, I believe, had forwarded to me, said for whatever reason, this was a little after 2 o'clock in the morning, that accident on I-75. The vehicle had stopped like in the middle of the interstate for no apparent reason. The two people that were in the vehicle got out, and the guy that was driving, the driver, the male, and the car were first hit by a semi, and then another semi, again, hit the male. So he was dead at the scene. The female, I do believe, was hospitalized. I don't recall what her injuries were, but I had not seen any particular. Why? Unless I mean, if your car, if you're breaking down, I've done it more than once. I mean, when you run out of gas, I mean, you try to get your damn car off into the emergency lane, but you don't stop right in the middle of the interstate. So I'll see if I can find anything more on that. But that was the latest I had seen from, I believe it was some WHIO there in the Dayton area. So, hello from Russell. Hope y'all are doing well at the Secret Bunker. 73 degrees here, Dayton, Ohio. Can't wait till Thursday night. Got the popcorn in hand. Hope everybody out there's doing well. Ready for another good show. Truckers, be careful, be safe. May God protect you and bless you all safely to your destinations. Have a great night, day, and keep those in our prayers. The ones dealing with the flooding and the storms. Very good. Let's see. Buckeye Boy said, did you see where Hooters is not even immune from inflation? Some are going bust. Good play on words. Somewhere in the vicinity, the report I saw was close to 40 locations around the country, underperforming locations, as they call it, are shuttering their doors. And that's, I guess, for several days now. I mean, some of them had already shut down and others are in the process, but about 40 Hooters restaurant locations. Who else in the mix here at 844-844-3388? Cripshot checks in this morning. And there's Roki. Good to have you on board. Let's get to Philip checks in from Florida this morning. What's happening? Off to work we go again.
Yeah, off to work we go down here on I-4 in the middle of Orlando, coming downtown. Well, I tell you what, those guys, they got them rocks back from the moon there, huh, Steve?
Indeed.
You know why you always see the moon on one side? It's because of the rotation of it.
Correct.
It does one rotation for every time it goes around the Earth, and synchronized. So that's the reason we only see the one side. But it'd be interesting to measure the magnetism in those rocks on the moon, because the moon, even it spins, it's got to have some kind of magnetic field, and a lot of things that the Chinese can check out with those rocks. We still got our rocks in a laboratory packed away somewhere. So, but it was a great launch yesterday. I saw the GOES satellite take off with the Falcon Heavy. Saw the takeoff, but I didn't see the boosters come back, but I heard them, and they were loud. We had a lot of clouds, so we didn't get to see them. I watched it later, the replay on the internet. So, Eagle's talking about John Force's accident. I hope John gets through it. Looks like we're getting close to that time, Steve. You want me to hold over?
You're right. We're about a minute from. We've got a couple of minutes actually, but. Yeah, I'll put you on pause there, as they say. And also, I did see the other space-related update was, again, the Starliner, the Boeing Starliner capsule. They keep pushing off the return date. Last Friday, they said they no longer had a planned return date, continued to do the testing, see if they can make any fixes. They've got plenty of supplies on the International Space Station, and they said there's no urgent need to bring the two astronauts back. They canceled the planned departure Wednesday, today, conflicting timelines with a series of planned spacewalks. And, of course, you got Monday the 24th was a planned spacewalk, and they canceled that one once again. And Tuesday, July the 2nd, although two of the spacecraft thrusters failed during the flight, the spacecraft managed to reach the ISS, delivering that 500 pounds of cargo. Additionally, 5 small leaks on the service module were also detected. The crew and the ground teams have been working through safety checks there. They simply said, we're taking our time. Following our standard mission management team process, we're letting the data drive our decisions, making relative to managing the small helium system leaks and thruster performance we observed during the rendezvous and the docking. Also, given the duration of the mission, it is appropriate for us to complete an agency-level review. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the...
From a feature story news in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is preparing to plead guilty to violating United States espionage law at a court in the American territory of North Mariana before making his way back to Australia after striking a deal that sets him free. He won't face a prison sentence after serving time behind bars in the UK and at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, whilst fighting extradition to the US. His wife, Stella.
If everything goes well, Julian will be on a plane on the way to freedom.
Mr. Assange was responsible for one of the biggest leaks of classified material in American history back in 2010, a decision that US intelligence authorities long maintain put agents' lives at risk. His WikiLeaks site also published emails that Russian government hackers stole from Democrat Party servers in an effort to disrupt the presidential contest in 2016. But Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says there was nothing further to be gained by keeping Assange incarcerated. Caroline Malone looks at what's to come.
Julian Assange is due to appear in court in Saipan on Wednesday. 17 other counts against him were dropped. Following the sentencing, he is due to return to his homeland of Australia.
There are multiple casualties in Kenya after police and demonstrators clashed as huge protests against planned tax increases took hold in the capital, Nairobi. A section of the Parliament building was in flames as MPs sheltered inside and gunshots have been heard across the city. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Russia's former defense minister Sergei Shoigu and the chief of general staff. The two men are suspected of committing crimes against humanity during the war in Ukraine. Israel's Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that ultra-Orthodox Jewish students must be drafted to the military. There's long been exemptions for conscription for the tens of thousands of young men registered in full-time religious study, but the conscription waiver has become a pressing social issue amid the ongoing fighting against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The move will likely send shockwaves through Israel's governing coalition, which is held up by ultra-Orthodox parties. Organisers of the Paris 2024 Olympics are still unable to confirm if the River Seine will be safe for athletes competing in the Games. From the French capital, Ross Cullen reports.
The aquatic leg of the triathlon and the long-distance swimming are both set to take place in the River Seine, but pollution levels in the water remain too high for safe competition, and the current is also flowing too quickly right now for the Olympic events to take place as planned. The Games are now under a month away, and the mayor of Paris also promised to take a dip in the Seine to show it is safe, but she had to postpone that due to high levels of E. coli in the water.
And China's lunar probes returned to Earth following a nearly 2-month-long mission with the first-ever samples from the moon's unexplored far side that could answer key questions about how planets are formed.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, thank you much, and welcome back. What else we got in the news? Lots to cover here as we roll into a Wednesday. Hey, what day is it? Hump Day, right? Yeah, for a brief period of time, last couple of weeks, hadn't really heard much about the bird flu, right? Yeah, the bird flu, and of course being found in dairy cattle. Now we get an update on that coming up here. Apparently, they are continuing to find more and more dairy herds that are indeed infected with the bird flu, and they're going to be, I guess, begin testing more milk off the shelves around the country due to that. Again, give you the full report coming up. First, let's get back to Philip.
Hey, buddy. I was talking earlier about John Force's accident. I'm getting ready to talk about it. Those funny cars that Force and those guys drive, they have a body on top of them. They are like a dying breed because back in the day, they moved the motor to the back behind the driver on top fuel cars because of that kind of stuff that happened with John Force. The funny car guys stayed with the motor up front. Big Daddy Don Garlitz, I know a lot of guys that know drag racing know who he is. He lost part of his foot because of a motor explosion like what happened with John. You know, so, I mean, it's not to play with. It's a serious business. And
I mean, looking
it
at
was pretty close.
Looking at the video, that engine looks like it went off like a bomb.
Well, it is a bomb, essentially. I mean, you think about what they're burning, nitromethane, and the pump that pumps the fuel into the engine is pumping upwards of 60 gallons a minute, but it's only running for a few seconds, if you know what I mean, Steve. And it's a dangerous thing. It's not as easy as it looks, you know, and when you have that kind of explosion, it lets go. I mean, they have to make sure that everything's tethered on that car so it doesn't go back into the crowd. Did you notice, Steve, how that car crumbled and it kind of went around the frame of the car? Did you see that?
Everything's kind of tethered together, right? It's all tied together.
Absolutely. There's a series of cables in there that tether everything. I mean, even the tires on that car, even though they broke off the axle, and you'll see that in the accident, you can see that the back tires break off the axle. They still stayed with the car, you know, and it's a very violent accident when you see one of those. I mean, that's the reason those cars, when they crank them up, they're so loud. I mean, it's like a 10,000 horsepower engine that's in that thing. You know, it ain't like a normal motor. You know, I mean, it's very violent, and it takes a lot to drive one of them, and it's basically like a automatic car. And you step on it, what you're doing is you're letting the throttle up as far as you can, and then you're letting off of the transmission, and then the transmission takes it and launches. But it's throwing all that force at one time, literally. I mean, it's hard on you. It's very hard on you when you take off. You know, so it's a lot of people say, "Oh, I could drive a funny car on top fuel." No, you can't, because you got to have the eye to do it. That's something else that John Force has that a lot of guys don't have, is he has the eye for taking off. So when the cars go in, he knows how to stage. He knows how to get the car where he needs to be and then take on his competitor that way. Because that's how you win in drag racing. You win by the inch. You don't win by this or that. Right. You win by taking off first, getting to that line first. You know, I mean, that's why I love drag racing. I mean, I love it. I like it even more. I love it more than NASCAR. But it's very dangerous, and you can see what can happen when things go bad. And it could be something simple as a little fitting getting loose on a motor that caused that fire. It could be a lot of different things. But my concern was about the chutes. Did you see that, Steve? No chutes?
Right. Yeah. And I haven't heard why that the chutes did not deploy. Does John have to pull a release for those, or do they automatically?
No, there's a handle. Okay. They pull a handle.
Okay.
Generally, that handle's on a lot of drag cars. That handle's on the top. It's up by the roof, and you'll see the drivers in some of them. They'll pull up. Now with the top fuel cars and the funny cars, you can't really see it. I think the top fuel cars, the handle's down by their side, just like the brake that holds the car when they launch. You know, and I'm pretty sure that John's car probably had the same kind of setup. Now, John might have been concentrating more on steering the car than he was about pulling the parachutes. That's something else. The deal with Scott Coletta, which that coincided pretty close to the date of John's accident. I mean, they were a day or two apart. Coletta's, the chutes didn't open, and he went into the net at the end, and the net took the top of the car off. Okay, and we don't want to talk about that. But that was the most horrific, one of the most horrific accidents that in drag racing that I ever saw. And I seen on TV. Thank God I wasn't there live. I mean, it was horrific. It was very horrific. But that John Force accident was bad. And sure, he might have been good to get out of the car, but after things start settling down with your head and you take a shot like that, concussions were the worst thing.
But what about all of his internal? All of his internal organs obviously were jolted to that, to the left side when he hit that wall like that.
Absolutely. You think about the accident that Dale Earnhardt had. Dale Earnhardt was probably going close to 200 miles an hour when he hit that wall. Okay? That's the reason why they have the Hans device to keep the head from stopping suddenly. That sudden stop is what kills you. Okay? And that's what technically happened with Dale Earnhardt, was his brain stopped suddenly and it jolted away from his skull. Okay? And it causes a lot of different things going on medically, like hemorrhages and whatnot, and that's what technically killed him. And that's what kind of killed Scott Coletta. His was a lot different, but John took a heck of a hit. I mean, a heck of a hit. When you're talking 300 miles an hour into a concrete barrier, and the car was still scrubbing speed off as it was falling apart. Because that speed's got to go somewhere. When you've got that much energy, you've got to stop. You got to stop the car. It takes that much energy to stop it.
Right.
It's a bad situation. And let me tell you what, it was a pretty bad accident. I hope John gets through it. I appreciate John. John has done a lot for the sport. I mean, his records, his win-loss records were crazy. I mean, it's just ridiculous when you see some of the stuff that he's done. You're like, how in the heck did he do that? And he's been doing it for so long. I mean, he's 75 years old. And I know his daughter Brittany stayed with him pretty much through the whole thing until they got him into the hospital. I'm pretty sure that Brittany and all them were still hanging out with him wherever he's at in the hospital.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they flew his wife, his kids there. I know he's got a really tight family. They're really tight. So getting off of drag racing now, you and Horse Feathers were talking about North Korea earlier and how Kim Jong-il is like one of the most protected guys. Well, y'all guys were talking about number one and number two. There's a number two thing that goes on with North Korea, Steve. Don't you know? They can't get nitrates in North Korea. So guess what they don't have a lot of? They don't have a lot of fertilizer in North Korea. So you know what they do? They recycle their own fertilizer, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Wow.
So they keep their own stuff and fertilize everything to do it. And a lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that until recently, until I seen a documentary on North Korea. With all the sanctions in the world on them, they can't get nitrates that are primarily in fertilizer and things like that. And that's what they do. So, but hopefully they'll get that Starliner. They'll get it going. I don't think they're going to have quick fixes for it. Those thrusters are in an area on the capsule that's going to be really tight to get to. And I don't know. I don't think it's going to be something that they can fix right away and get right to where they need to with that helium leaks. So we'll just see how it plays out. So that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a safe day, and we'll catch you later.
Have a good morning. Thank you much. 24 hours ago, we had mentioned the fact that, and I said at the time, that's just going to piss off Kim Jong-un. That's the U.S. aircraft, joint aircraft fleet arrived in South Korea. So North Korea, less than 24 hours, North Korea fires a ballistic missile toward the eastern waters. According to South Korea's military, South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said the launch was made Wednesday morning That's about all they said at that point. So just a few hours ago, Japan's defense ministry also said North Korea launched a suspected ballistic missile. Didn't give any other details. This just hours after South Korea said North Korea floated flying balloons carrying trash and whatnot across the border for another second consecutive day. But this right as we are beginning the start of a new military training involving the United States, South Korea, and Japan. So Kim Jong-un, the tit for tat, back and forth they go, saber rattling there. Cue ball here on a Wednesday morning. What's happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Steve. Initially I called about the CNG truck thing, but I guess we'll go off on another rant. Steve, I guess I kind of got to put a couple things together to get people to understand what I'm trying to go with this. I was listening to Bongino's show, his podcast, Monday, and at the end of the show, and I kind of embarrassed that I didn't ever see this. I knew of it, but I really didn't pay much attention to what they meant by it. Bongino was showing a little bit of what modern day would be considered drone warfare. He said he didn't know where the video was from, but it was a drone chasing down a soldier. Apparently it looked like he didn't have any weapon on him. And the guy, it was like the drone, there was like almost maybe another drone higher above taking the video of this. But the guy just stops, realizing that his goose is basically cooked.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're talking about a little drone, not not something big that you would think would drop something on you. But like a little racing drone, like you see the films called like automotive races and stuff, or like in the burnout pits and stuff. Little thing. And it just drops down over the guy, and the guy he hunkers for a moment, then he breaks into like a fetal position on the ground, and the drone explodes and kills him. I never saw nothing like that before. I knew about it, never saw it. So I asked somebody, I said, hey, what does the United States military do to train or deal with, drones? And the answer I was given was signal jammers. I said, okay, a signal jammer is a piece of equipment that it can either break down or be destroyed. Then what do? The answer I was given was nothing. So I asked again, well, how do you take down a drone? And the answer I was given was, if it's just you and the drone, your best weapon is now a shotgun. That's pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese infiltrators coming into this country, Steve.
Right.
I'm often wondering, I'm not saying, also the Chinese buying up land near the bases. To me that's pretty obvious why they're doing that. They're listening or trying to get close enough to get the radio frequencies, the signals, and so on. Steve, what took down Captain Sully Sullenberger's aircraft? Why did it land in the Hudson?
Birds, right? What was it, a bird, a goose? What was it?
Birds. There's a training video that we took when I was in the Air Force. It's a very famous video of a man getting sucked into the intake of an aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
And what saved his life was his headphones, his earmuffs, I should say, fell off his head as he got sucked in and went into the engine, FODing out the engine, F-O-D, foreign object damage. FODing out the engine, thus destroying it. he then crawled out of the intake and then barfed on the flight deck. But what saved his life were the headphones. Now, let's go back, way back in history. The United States military, sadly, is known to be caught off guard and completely unprepared. We got dragged into World War II via Pearl Harbor because we felt nobody had the guts to go after battleships in the harbor. Well, we know how that played out, don't we? We were unprepared on 9/11. We couldn't even arm a fighter jet in time to take down a threat. By the time the first plane had left unarmed, I'm talking about a fighter, specifically F-16s, the last plane was already in the ground in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the fighter pilots had no armament other than their own aircraft itself to just set on top of an airliner and eject and hope you make it. We are never prepared for anything. And with Chinese infiltrators coming running into this country,
yep.
I wonder if you just can't go buy a drone at the store, and if you were to attack the United States, you mean to tell me you can't take down a B-52 by ramming a drone into the intake of a B-52 taking off at an Air Force base? Do you really think an Air Force base is defended from a small drone launched from a car off base? I'm not talking a big piece of...
Right.
I'm talking about something like just a DJI drone, a little, like something I would use for videos. Some little thing. There's no defense against these things. So if you were to launch an attack against the United States, what I fear is these infiltrators could simply take down very large aircraft on the runways by just running a drone into the intake of the damn thing. How hard can that be? I don't know. I just think it is crap. Once again, we're not really prepared. And why are we letting all these clowns in? I'm not saying that was what can happen. I am saying that's what can happen. I'm not saying that's not what's going to happen. But it really wouldn't be all that difficult.
No. I mean, I know
nobody saw.
I know they're working. They're working on. I mean, I saw a little demonstration for just that sort of a threat impacting the likes of a major league sporting event, a big outdoor arena, where they've got it looks kind of like a bazooka kind of thing, but it's a radar jamming device. If a drone flies overhead, they point this thing up there, and it pretty much takes control of the drone, and they bring it down safely to the ground. I'm assuming that we've got contingencies for those sort of drones around our military bases to try to jam those signals so they can't get in.
I would hope so.
Right.
But based on our track record in history, you wanna place that bet with your life? I wouldn't. I think people would think about it, but I just don't think that they're actually for real prepared for it.
No.
That's just my thought. I don't know. What do I know? It's just these people aren't coming over, especially the Chinese. They're not coming over because, they just want to work in the fields. That's not the way that works. I think it's something with far more sinister. And with the election coming up, if you're going to attack the United States, you're going to do it with the current president in charge, even though he's really not even in charge of his own faculties, let alone this country. There is no mutually assured destruction, and if the president has to give orders, number one, he's compromised. Number two, he doesn't really even fully know what's going on anyway. So, again, if you're going to attack the United States, you're going to do it within reasonable amount of time before you have a president that actually is in charge of stuff and actually knows what's going on. That's just my 2 cents on that. Now, you're talking about that CNG truck and that blowing up over there in L.A. area. Steve, I've been saying this for a long time now. When they come up with these newfangled fuels, these exhaust systems, all this crap on these trucks, you know, they show they really don't give a rat's ass at all about a truck driver, the driver itself. I'm amazed that nobody's taken anybody to task. Maybe this is a good direction to do it. Now they're not tanks on these. I remember seeing them way back when he first started coming out with them, when I used to haul out to California back in the day. They're not fuel tanks. They're actually technically vessels. Now, same thing like if you're, like the compressed gases that I have, like for my blowtorch in my shop. If they were to be in a fire, there's something built in the valve that would melt and thus release the contents of the tank. Granted, it would burn as it goes into the fire, but it would not be an explosion. I'm imagining these vessels are supposed to be built the same. Imagining, I really don't know. But we've seen on video many times these things going off and going up, and it's not, even if it's a controlled release in a fire, still a hell of a fire. And depending on where that truck is parked, that could be a major issue. But what about the crashworthiness of these things?
Right.
To survive?
Right. Whether it's liquefied or compressed, or what about hydrogen? I thought hydrogen was pretty volatile as well. We pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. After spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy, a US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight, the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs is more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant death spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. The UN tells Israel it will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. A resurgent opposition gets ready for a face-off with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party in the Indian Parliament, forcing a contest for the post of Speaker for the first time in many decades. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Just like that, a brand new day. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday or hump day. And maybe check out some of the other industry headlines coming up here. A little bit of this day in history, they tell us. First, let me get back to cue ball. We left off there. We were talking about with the new technology looking first of all, the electric vehicles, we're noticing all the battery fires, which are nearly impossible to put out.
Yep.
Compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas. I mean, all these things are very volatile.
Yeah, that's the thing. Steve, I bring up a point where it's like, it sounds stupid, but, they make all these rules and regulations, but they don't ever really look into what's for the best of the driver of the vehicle. Steve, you remember, the Fast and Furious movies, the actor Paul Walker?
Mm-hmm.
Remember he died in a car crash?
Yes, sir.
What killed him what part of that crash killed him?
I'm guessing it was the sudden stop. I don't know. Was it that or was that an explosive crash? I can't remember.
The fire.
The fire?
The fire. What happened was the car had crashed, and then it caught fire. He did not sustain any fatal injuries from the crash, but he was injured bad enough to where he couldn't egress the car because of his injuries. The car then caught fire, and him and the guy who was driving the car burned to death in the car. The fire got him. Had the car not burnt, he'd still be making movies. Steve, these trucks with the modern emissions on them, the exhaust systems on them by themselves. See, most people don't realize this. Diesel is not gasoline. That's why gasoline tanks on cars, they're hidden up inside the car where it's a little bit difficult to get to it in a crash. But the semi-trucks, the tanks are just held saddle tanks on the outside of the frame. And they're thin aluminum. You could perforate one just by swinging a roofing hammer on it hard enough. You'll perforate that tank. But diesel is not gasoline. If you throw a bunch of diesel fuel on the floor and throw a lit match on it, what happens?
It's not going to explode. The match will go out. Yeah. Yep.
No, the match will go out.
Yep.
The match is not hot enough to set the fuel on fire. Now, do it with gasoline, you have a pretty good little fire, depending on how much gas you throw on the ground. But diesel won't ignite. It takes a lot to get diesel to burn. Well, the modern truck exhaust systems burn way hotter, plenty hot to light off diesel fuel. We've never crash protected the truck's fuel tanks. In fact, on some of these smaller trucks, you'll see the emission system directly in front of an exposed aluminum fuel tank. It's like right there. It would not take much at all in a crash to light that fuel up. All you got to do is perforate the tank. Again, you could do this with a claw hammer or a roofing hammer, I should say. Not hard to do. assuming the driver is in a crash and isn't injured badly in a crash, he should be able to get out of the vehicle if it were to be burning. But if the crash injured the driver, his next problem is the truck going to burn while he's trapped inside it, unable to get out because he's too injured to egress the vehicle? Nobody thought of this. And by the time somebody did, no one gave a rip. These alternative fuel systems, they're not any better. And now we're dealing with, like I said, they forced this technology down our throats, but yet they really, honest to God, never really gave a rip about what we're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, you ever see, because of you see these more aerodynamic trucks, you ever see where some of these exhausts come out on some of these modern trucks? Right behind a sleeper underneath it. So if you're idling, your exhaust is coming out like literally underneath where you're sleeping. I don't know about you, it just doesn't sound like a good idea to have your tailpipe directly underneath your bed.
Well, that discussion came up a few weeks ago when we were talking about, it was a driver that had succumbed to carbon monoxide somewhere out in Colorado or something. And I don't pay enough attention. I thought the stacks always went up the side and then above your sleeper berth. That sounds more commonsensical.
Oh, no. Yeah, but not. Kenworth invented that in like the 30s. The idea of getting the stack, getting exhaust up in the air away from people. That had more to do with just not blowing the smoke right in people's faces, on like the streets next to where the truck was driving. But if you get stuck in a snowstorm in your car, you got to dig out your tailpipe.
Mm-hmm.
You get stuck in a snowstorm in one of these trucks, you're just funneling all them fumes right into your cabin. And with the modern, I would say carbon monoxide, that sounds more like a gasoline generator than it does, diesel. However, with the modern truck and all this bullcrap after treatment and cat piss, diesel, death fluid, I just call it cat piss. I don't know what comes out the tailpipe anymore of a diesel, a modern diesel. But I always felt that any truck with a sleeper mandated should have stacks. I don't care if it breaks the airstream. If you have a sleeper on a truck, it better have a stack. That way you can bury that truck and you can still get in snow and you can still get the exhaust out and away from the driver. They just don't care. They're more worried about all the little bullcrap inefficiencies than worrying about drivers, the actual driver's well-being or health or safety. They talk a good game, but where the rubber meets the road, they really don't give a rip if we get hurt in a crash and then burn to death in a burning truck, or how many years of exhaust asphyxiation. They just don't care. That's just part of it. Now you got, like I said, alternative fuel trucks, and the fires that come from them now, it's way worse than anything that diesel would do. Maybe that's going to be what it takes. Some of the firefighters or whatever that got hurt to start suing people, to start getting people to realize that, yeah, maybe we're going about it all wrong. Maybe just a regular engine pulling diesel out of a regular tank was truly the better way to ride. But I don't know. I just look at it like they really don't. The driver himself, they just don't care, and I don't know how to make them other than hitting them in the wallet. But even there, they'll just raise the price, and not change their ways, because in the end, it's the government that's shoving this crap down their throats. So I don't know what the answer is other than just running old equipment, I guess. But I don't know. At minimum, like I said, trucks ought to have stacks. Get that crap up and away from the driver. Let's use some common sense here, guys.
Yep.
I don't know how to force that in anywhere. And I don't really see any safety groups talking about it. I don't see any lobbying groups with truckers, ATA, OOIDA. Nobody's talking about it. At least not that I'm aware of. So, I don't know, Steve. Guess that's all I got for you tonight.
Well, have a good morning, Cue Ball. Thanks for checking in. Safe travels. Ford's the top-selling vehicle in the USA is the Ford F-Series pickup trucks. And Ford is recalling more than 500,000 pickup trucks because the transmissions can unexpectedly downshift to first gear no matter how fast the trucks are going. The recall covers certain Ford F-150 pickups from the 2014 model years. So these are 10-year-old trucks. Ford says in documents posted this past day by safety regulators that the downshifting can cause drivers to lose control of the trucks, increasing the risk of the crash. So if you're going highway speed and suddenly you hit first gear, I'm thinking that would destroy the transmission, wouldn't it? This after safety regulators in March began investigating complaints from more than 540,000 Ford pickup trucks from 2014 can abruptly downshift to a lower gear. Documents say the problem is caused by a lost signal between a transmission speed sensor and the powertrain control computer. There also could be corrosion and problems with connector pins. Dealers will update the powertrain control software at no cost to owners who will be notified by letters coming up early in July. In a statement yesterday, Ford said they expect repairs to be available in the third quarter of this year. Owners will be able to use mobile service or pickup and delivery at participating dealers. Documents posted this past day by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that it has 396 warranty and field reports and 124 customer complaints about the problem, covering 482 trucks. The Dearborn, Michigan automaker said it knows of 130 complaints to the government, 52 alleging that the rear wheels locked up or the drivers lost control of the trucks. 2 of the complaints reported injuries. 1 reported a crash that could have been caused by the problem. They said before the truck's downshift, drivers could see a malfunction indicator light on the dashboard. In some cases, signals can be restored while the trucks are moving, and they can be driven normally. In other cases, drivers may need to stop and restart the engine to get the transmission to work properly. Now, they did say they expect less than 1% of the recalled vehicles actually have the problem. All right, they're looking into whether those trucks should have been included in previous recalls. NTS, Traffic Safety Administration, said they're investigating in March after getting complaints about sudden downshifts in automatic transmission. Now, they started recalling trucks and other vehicles from the 2011, 2012 model years back in 2016. They added 2 recalls in 2019 covering pickups from the 2011 to 13 model years. Those recalls covered about 1.5 million vehicles. And it's 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
The Grand National Point races have reached the 30% mark, more or less. The Hot Shot Secret bonus series, more like 60%. And once more, the winners will have misty watercolor memories from Toma. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. For the third consecutive weekend, Grand National polling was unceremoniously interrupted by precipitation. This time, it was the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals that got caught in the rinse-repeat cycle as heavy rains fell for significant periods during much of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and misted for nearly every one of its off hours. In the end, however, just one session on Friday night was called off, and those hardy fans with 3-day bans witnessed at least one of every division in this, the 49th year of the upper Midwestern spectacle of horsepower that is Toma, Wisconsin. This week and next, let's talk about the state of the points races, both for the 2024 Grand National Championships and the 2024 Hot Shot Secret Challenge, which is already 3 events into its slate of 5. In light superstock, these standings coincide after 4 hooks across Benson, North Carolina, and Toma. Defending champion Terry Blackburn and considered armed and dangerous leads by a single point over Scott Whitworth's circuit sophomore Yield Express and by 2 over Marcus Wedelson's Gunpowder and Lead on the strength of Blackburn's second-place finish in Toma on Friday. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, the 3-time champ Triple Bypass and Colin Ross leads the champ standings by 4 with a win each in Hutchinson, Minnesota and Toma. But only Toma counts toward the challenge, and there Kent Payne's Super Rooster holds a first and a third to lead by 5 after Ross had to scratch Bypass from competition on Saturday. In Superstock Open, the 2 charts have yet to diverge, with the 4 hooks coming at challenge events Benson and Toma. Your leader is the fully loaded B-Tech sponsored John Deere of Jeff Hodem, who has yet to win but has been second in his first 3 appearances preceding a Saturday afternoon 6th. Blackburn's Extremely Armed and Dangerous is second, 3-back, and Bob Gansmere's Rutten Deer third at -4. In High Torque Super Farm, no action at Toma, and so the table matches the order of finish in the surviving session at Farley, Iowa. Ryan Anderson's Green Galvanized Stair-sponsored Checkin' Out 1256 IH is your leader by 1 over Dan Scholte's Binder Express and by 2 over the returning champ Deer Tracks of the Freezes. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the division has gotten equal parts work and rest after losing 1 session each over Farley, Hutch, and Toma. But 8 appearances into a 22-hook campaign, it's the injected funds of Brent Meyer back on top by 7 over the Mack Trailer team's Mac Daddy and by 8 over New Brunswick Canadian Chance McGrath's Last Chance 2. Same order for the Hot Shot Secret Challenge. We'll visit the remaining races in the 2024 Grand National and Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series standings in next week's report. A reminder that you can catch all 13 divisions of the Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series in action at upcoming polls in Rockwall, Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals on August 1st through the 3rd, and in Bowling Green, Ohio at the National Tractor Pulling Championships from August 15th through the 17th. And follow these races all year long on the standings page at ntpapull.com. While the GN circuit is on hiatus until the Lions Super Bowl of the South in 3 weeks, you can catch NTPA championship pulling action at regional events. This week, a big 3-day pull in Arcola, Indiana, Thursday through Saturday, June 27th through the 29th. And on Thursday in Cadiz, Ohio, and next Monday in both Rushville, Indiana, and Marion, Ohio. NTPAPULL.com for class and location information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Good morning to Dave Gillespie, who checked in a little bit earlier. Said, been a while since I've listened in. I'm glad to see you're still up and running. Well, I would say me too. Glad we're still here. Norman, I guess he's drifting off to dreamland now. I had some storms coming in a little bit earlier. Said the weather radio had gone off. That was some of those severe storms to parts of Nebraska. Now dropping on down through the heart of Missouri. Let me refresh here the screen, see where we got. Yeah, still looking at north central and northeast Kansas. I think most of the storms missed him off to the east. But a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings there. Northeastern Kansas, west central Missouri, right along the Kansas line, and right into central Missouri. It's got a lot of wind and a lot of hail. Meanwhile, let me give you the update. I mentioned the Food and Drug Administration announcing they've begun testing more dairy products for the evidence of the bird flu as outbreaks spread among dairy herds all over the country. Since the last update, last time I shared a story, I think it was about 30 dairy herds. They've now found the bird flu in more than 120 dairy herds in 12 different states since back in March. Federal officials have warned that further spread among dairy cows could heighten the risk of human infections. The risk to the general public remains low. Federal officials have said, although it is higher for those who work on the likes of dairy farms, they need to wear personal protective equipment to reduce the risk of infection. The focus of additional testing, which will sample, they tell us, 155 products to make sure the pasteurization process inactivates the virus, according to the update from the Food and Drug Administration and the FDA Center for Food Safety. Prior FDA testing of 297 retail dairy samples came back negative for evidence of the virus. So what we're talking about is, of course, dairy goes into all kinds of different things. It's not just the milk on the shelf, your cheese. I mean, hundreds of products. 297 different products. Now, they continue to strongly advise against consuming raw milk, obviously. No infected dairy cow herds are known to be contributing to the raw milk supply at this point in time.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. He has won his freedom in exchange for pleading guilty to breaking the Espionage Act in a deal with the US government. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. After spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy, a US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight, the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs is more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant deaths spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Okay, right back at it here. What do we have? Hello to Rick in Columbus. Good morning. Guess he's on his first or second cup of coffee here. All right, let me get back to the phones at 844-844-3388. Hey, by the way, it is Hump Day. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Here we are.
Man, I just tuned you in a little while ago when I tuned in. Cue Ball was on. These daggone training videos, Steve, I'll tell you what, man. It's getting old, man. They're 2 hours each. You have to take a test at the end.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know. I got at least 6 more to do. At least 6.
So like 12?
I'm looking forward to it. I guess I'll try.
12 more hours
Yeah,
worth of video?
Yes.
Wow.
Not counting some more training we got to physically go to. And I got to be down at the range at 8 o'clock in the morning on a couple days. But anyway, it goes with the territory.
Can't you just fast forward to the test?
Yeah. Well, you used to be able to. Now they don't let you do that.
Okay. Because
you can't.
We used to have the deal, for the whole, the radio broadcast biz and all that. And used to be you could. Once you've taken the test year after year after year, it's pretty much the same damn thing every year they go through. Then they started embedding questions. You get a 10-minute segment, then you had to answer 3 questions, and you couldn't really skip straight to the test.
Yeah, no. And Steve, I'll be honest. These are, man, if you don't pay attention, right?
Yeah.
You ain't gonna pass a dang on thing.
Okay.
So it's just really nothing that pertains to us out here actually doing the job. A lot of it, like this one on domestic violence, they wanted to know the percentage rates of, how many domestic violence. What do I care what the percentage rate is when I'm going to a call? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of it doesn't really pertain to what we do as officers out here. Anyway, but so I missed most of the show. Hey, Biden didn't fall down and break an ankle where he's not going to be able to attend Thursday. Nothing like that happened today.
Nothing of that nature. No, the only update we had about Biden was NBC News reported that part of this, debate prep is getting him some ways to get under Trump's skin, ways to belittle him, ways to piss him off so he'll lash out.
Yeah, that's a game plan. And the moderators are going to do it too.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would behoove Trump to maintain his cool, don't lose his cool. He could probably get under the big guy's skin more than Biden get under his. I heard something yesterday that Biden was planning on talking about, if you're a Trump supporter, you're a white supremacist,
right?
And you're a domestic terrorist. If he wants to call over 80 million people in this country domestic terrorism, I think this might backfire on him if he does try to go that route, which he probably will. And Trump can he can counteract that very calmly. How many times have we talked about that Dagon speech where he totally condemned, where was that? Charlottesville? Where the heck was that? A couple of years ago.
That was it.
And to this day, people still think, but when you play the whole video, watch the whole video, he totally condemned them. So I don't know. We'll see. But hey, man, cue ball again. We were talking about these drones. Yeah, Steve, it's a scary thought, man. I'll tell you. Now, I think as far as the White House goes and Secret Service around Biden and Trump, there is electronic countermeasures available, and I'm sure it could be deployed very quickly. You know, if something was to happen near the White House or around the president or former president. But in the real world out here, you just can't do it that quick. I don't know, say we get a bomb call and we think we got a device that can be remote detonated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got to make some phone calls, and we can jam any signals that would prevent that device from being set off. However, Steve, this takes time, takes authorization. But like I said a week or so ago, how do you, if you got a couple guys downtown Cincinnati in a parking lot, on a roof parking lot, and they pull out 10 drones with explosives on them and get them up in the air and make a beeline to the stadium. Steve, they can be there. They can fly that drone several miles in no time at all.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no stopping them. Cue Ball did say, you know, and it makes sense, I guess, if you're standing in your backyard, and we've had this happen out here, Steve. You're standing in your backyard and somebody's flying a drone over your house. Yeah, your best option is to pull out a shotgun with bird shot, like you're hunting birds, number 6 shot or number 8 shot, and you know, put a round into that drone with a shotgun. But Steve, you got to be close. I mean, think about it. If you're out dove hunting or quail hunting, how close you got to be to that bird, you know, when it's flying by, or duck hunting, man, you're at close range, man. You're you know. So I don't know how. It's not like we're talking, well, you shouldn't be talking about this. You're giving ideas to the bad guys. Come on, man. Like they don't know this.
Right.
And that they're not thinking of this, you know, that's... Bongino mentioned this, and I can attest to it, that we get paid to think about what somebody can do to try to do something stupid, you know. I don't know. Worries me. But other than that, man, yeah, we're getting closer to Thursday. It's going to be a hoot, that's for sure. Like, I think Trump came out. I think I saw a quick news statement as I was getting ready for work today, that Trump was like, hey, don't underestimate this guy.
Right.
He might just be able to get up there and stand for an hour and a half, or even sit. I mean, an hour and a half ain't really long for somebody to be able to, you know. So, man, they get a couple pots of coffee in him, or who knows what else.
Right. Got to be more than that. Got to be a little more than a pot of coffee.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be able to stay awake and hang in there. But the benefit, I think, to Trump is, Stephen, I even thought of this, man. Who's to say with the technology they got? We're talking about the president, the Man, do they got some kind of listening device implanted in his ear that you can't even see?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some hearing device or something where they can communicate back and forth with it. Man, Steve, I wouldn't put it past them. They cheat. If they can steal this election, they'll do it. I mean, think about this when you're growing up, man, and you're, I don't know, whatever, playing a baseball game, football game, whatever, and you cheat to win. I mean, we all in life probably did a little cheating here or there as kids. Kind of like a white lie, you know.
Sure.
Little, hey, how's this dress look on me, honey? Hey, it looks great, babe. You know, but man, when it comes to, you know, stealing elections, the amount of lies they tell, and it's not just the amount, it's the extent of the lies, you know. Man, I'll tell you what, I'll never forget when Bill Clinton, and Steve, I wasn't that upset, honestly, what he was doing in the White House with Monica Lewinsky. I mean, it is what it is. But when you want to stand on camera and look the American people straight in the face and lie to them, that's what pissed me off, man. Yeah, oh well. All righty, my man. Be off here in about 13 minutes. I'll be in the driveway.
Quitting time. Quitting time, another long day in the books.
Time.
And then you get to look forward to more training videos. Yeehaw.
Oh, yeah, when I get back Friday, Steve, that's... yeah, I'll try to knock it. At least you're not on the weekend, so I don't have to miss your show. We'll try to get them done by Sunday night, so be able to tune in. So, all right, everybody, hammer down, be safe. I'm sure Thursday night, or your Friday night, I guess, is going to be an interesting show.
What would normally be a casual Friday may not be all that casual this Friday morning. I expect the same. Yeah, everybody's going to have their 2 cents worth in regards to the debate. I'm sure Eagle's already got his plans to dial us up. Matter of fact, he's wanting to chime in about some of the restaurants and whatnot. Hang in there. Got you coming up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
restrictions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I guess yesterday was, New York primary day? Primary's still going on, yeah. Looks like the word is... Lo and behold, one of the squad members, Representative Jamal Bowman, in New York. His career in Congress will end after a single term, following a series of anti-Semitic controversies and a capital stunt resulting in his criminal conviction. Westchester County Executive George Latimer defeated Bowman Tuesday night in the most expensive House race in history, they're describing it. Ad Impact estimated those two camps spent a total of $23 million on the Democrat primary. Wow. The race was called for Latimer less than a half hour after the polls closed. The primary, this is New York's 16th congressional district, centered around a referendum on Israel-Palestinian policy. It drew significant national attention. Bowman, the progressive former middle school principal and member of the Squad, represented the insurgent Hamas sympathizer wing of the Democrat Party, while Latimer supported the pro-Israel lobby, condemning the Hamas attack on Israel. Bowman opposes Israel's military operations in Gaza, while Latimer has not called for a ceasefire, but supports a two-state solution. Additionally, Bowman has denied Hamas actually raped women on October the 7th. He ridiculed another House member for hosting Jewish leaders, among other instances which drew accusations of anti-Semitism. And those were not the only controversies over this guy. Pleaded guilty in October of last year to the one misdemeanor for falsely pulling the fire alarm there. Remember that little scenario in the congressional office building just as lawmakers were about to vote on a short-term government funding measure to avoid a government shutdown? He actually faced 6 months in jail time, but in a plea deal, he agreed to pay a $1,000 fine and write an apology to the Capitol Police. He's the guy that said when he pulled the fire alarm, he was trying to open the emergency door, because an emergency door exit looks just like a fire alarm. Breitbart News first broke exclusively that Bowman threw emergency warning signs to the floor before he actually pulled that fire alarm, and he ran down a set of stairs before exiting the building from another floor. That just totally blew out his claims. He was a fellow Squad member. The New York delegation compatriot Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Bernie Sanders. He was joined by them in a bizarre, profane campaign rally last weekend. So he had the support of AOC. He had the support of Bernie, but now it says they expect he's going to continue serving out his term until January of next year. I don't know. Maybe that's a sign of things to come there. We could only hope in New York. Steve in Columbus. Well, good morning, all the listeners out there. Just about halfway through the week, already looking forward to the weekend. Yeah, guys start looking toward the weekend on Monday, you know. They've actually done some studies on that. They say, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, where typically the men start thinking about the next weekend. For whatever reason, women, it's more like Thursday before they actually even start thinking about the upcoming weekend. But so you're a typical guy, Steve. Everything's packed in the car, ready to go for the day. I suppose we'll see what we can get into. Yeah, a nap sounds pretty good right about now. Everybody enjoy your day. Okay, thank you very much. Let me see here. Eagle, if you can hang in there through the news break. I know we've only got like 2 minutes before top of the hour news, so. Meanwhile, that's enough time for us to share with you that the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has appointed, a guy by the name of Vin White as the FMCSA's deputy administrator, succeeding Robin Hutchinson, who resigned back in January. Sue Lawless, the FMCSA's chief safety officer and career federal employee, has been serving since then as the acting administrator until a political appointee was designated to fill that role. Vin says, it's an honor to take on this role. I thank Secretary Buttigieg for his trust and confidence in my ability to lead the important work of the FMCSA. Our agency is focused on enhancing safety for all roadway users. I'm committed to working with safety partners across the commercial motor vehicle industry to get this work done. Now, he also serves as the DOT's acting chief artificial intelligence officer, where he oversees the development and use of AI based on administration policies and priorities. Prior to joining the FMCSA, he was responsible for coordinating DOT initiatives on emerging transportation technologies, policies related to automated driving systems, drones, advanced air mobility systems. He also helped launch the department's Transforming Transportation Advisory Committee. In addition to federal service, his career included a tenure as a senior advisor to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. All right, back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. After spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy, a US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight, the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs has more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant death spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. The UN tells Israel it will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. A resurgent opposition gets ready for a face-off with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party in the Indian Parliament, forcing a contest for the post of Speaker for the first time in many decades. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Go get that final hour underway, rolling into a Wednesday, hump day, 26th day of June. Trust your week's going well. Update from the Georgia Department of Transportation. They'll be holding a handful of public meetings, getting input from the public on the Interstate 285, what they call the 285 Top-End Express Lanes project. Now, they'll be holding 4 separate occasions in the coming weeks. Public hearings, public hearing open houses beginning on July the 8th. According to the Georgia DOT, the northern segment of I-285 is among the most heavily traveled and congested interstate highways in the entire country. Anyone who's traveled around 285 knows they can vouch for that. What the plan is, adding 2 barrier-separated express lanes in both directions of I-285 in Cobb, Fulton, and DeKalb counties will improve mobility, provide more reliable trip times, and enhance transit operations, according to the DOT. So the project will add 2, as I said, barrier-separated express lanes in both directions between South Atlanta Road and Henderson Road, as well as on State Route 400 from south of the Glen Ridge Connector to the vicinity of the North Springs Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority station. These optional express lanes will be managed by market-based pricing that reflects traffic congestion in real time. According to transportation officials, a Peach Pass is required to use any current and future express lanes. Updated concept layouts, design features, environmental impact findings, and a proposed mitigation plan will be presented at each of those 4 public meetings coming up. They say no formal presentations are scheduled, but officials will be on hand to answer questions. I won't bore you with all the slated times and dates, because if you don't live there, you won't be wanting to give input anyway. But I'm sure if you drive through and around Atlanta, of course, the big truck's required to go around unless you're making a delivery in or picking up inside the loop. You'd love to see things improved to get around that 285. All right, we hang it in there, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, before I get back to something about John Force again, I want to talk about the Hooters restaurant. I didn't even know about that until I heard another caller call in and mention that Hooters was closing locations up around the U.S. And I've been going to Hooters since the 90s when I first started driving trucks because I like sports. I like football, auto racing, all kinds of sport. And I don't have no TV in my truck, so I used to always go to Hooters on the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, and watch college football or NFL football around the country, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, wherever I was at, Tennessee. And now these locations are closed up. Remember I told you that last night, Steve, if Joe Biden gets in for another 4 years, there's going to be a lot more people in the unemployment line. This is not the first restaurants that have closed up. There are several other locations, family restaurants that have closed up, since Biden has been in. Some people blame it on the COVID virus that a lot of restaurants never recovered, because a lot of people got used to eating indoors. They got used to not going to restaurants because they wasn't allowed to go to restaurants during the COVID virus. And like I say, I've noticed that, over the last year or two, when I went to the Hooters, like even during the football season, I would be in Dallas at a Hooters in Dallas, and the damn place would be empty. There'd be about 5 or 10 people in the restaurant on a Sunday afternoon watching the damn game. And it used to be standing room only crowds in Hooters. I went to a Hooters up there in Dayton, Ohio, not far from where you're at in Cincinnati. You might know where that location is, up on just before you get to the 70 split off of 75. There's a Hooters right in there, and that place is always empty. I went in there to watch a football game a couple of months ago, and the damn place was empty. So, and now the locations down in Texas that I used to go to all the time, all 3 of these locations are on that list to be closed. I Googled them while I was on hold. The one in Laredo, Texas has been shut down permanently. Yep. The one in Waco, Texas, I stopped at that one occasionally. Waco, Texas is shut down. And then they shut down another one in McAllen, Texas, down by Brownsville. All these locations are permanently closed. And there are locations in other states, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, that they have closed the Hooters due to a lack of business. They call it underperforming. And like I said, you know that, Steve, you talked about this over the last couple of months about restaurants that are going out of business due to people not going. And it's because people don't have money. There's a lot of people unemployed, and the food prices are sky high now. And you're going to see a lot more people going out of business. I don't know. Have you ever been to Hooters before, Steve?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, many of them over the years.
Yeah, especially down in Florida, because I know you go down to Florida on the cruises and stuff, and they're closing down locations in Florida, Hooters, and that's where Hooters got started at in Clearwater, Florida area. As a matter of fact, down there where Donald Trump lived at, I think I seen West Palm Beach. Palm Beach, they had a Hooters in there. I've never been to that one, but they say that they're closing that location down. So, like I say, I didn't even know about it until I heard somebody on your show mention it tonight, that Hooters was closed, and then I Googled it on my phone, and he's damn sure right. So that's going to affect me this upcoming football season. As a matter of fact, I got to check the one in Tuscaloosa. They got a Hooters in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and that place is always empty. I stopped in there a couple of times, and there'd be like about 10 customers in the damn restaurant. So I'll have to check the Tuscaloosa, Alabama Hooters location. But it shocked me when I heard that, and that also might affect Chase Elliott, because Hooters is one of his sponsors. Chase Elliott, the NASCAR driver, Hooters is one of his sponsors. So I don't know if they may not sponsor his car no more. They may drop their sponsorship. And then, like I said, you see what's happening, with Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart got out of racing, mainly due to financing and money and sponsorship and other things, and just to concentrate on drag racing. So you're seeing a lot of bad things happening right now, Steve, with the economy. And, every time, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, every time I look at a YouTube video, if you go on YouTube, all you see is Prime drivers, these idiots making these videos talking about they're not making money, talking about Prime is these guys sitting in truck stops 1 and 2 days waiting for loads. The freight is drying up right now, Steve. I told you a couple of weeks ago, truck stops back, when I started driving, the damn truck stop parking lot would be empty in the middle of the day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Parking lot would be empty. You pull into a truck stop at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon now that you can't even find a damn parking space at 2 o'clock in the afternoon because trucks are sitting there all day long, bobtails, trucks without a trailer, just sitting there waiting on the damn load because there's no freight to haul right now. It's real bad. I never thought I would see the trucking business get like this, Steve. And if Biden gets in another 4 years, and like I said, that's the reason why I got in truck driving in the 90s, because I felt like, my dad used to be involved in it. He wasn't a driver, but he was involved in trucking. And I always felt, well, you got a lifetime job, because people are always going to need freight. People are always going to need food and water. And that's what I thought. I never thought I would see truck driving business come, it's the way it is right now. It's really a shock to me to see what's going on. And one quick note about John Ford, Steve. I heard the other guy that got it from Florida. He's a real smart guy. He says I didn't know he liked NASCAR. I didn't know he liked drag racing, but he knows what he's talking about. And I never thought about this situation. People were saying, how come John Force's chutes didn't come out? I thought that they had an automatic chute mechanism if the engine blew, but maybe they don't. But he said that John Force might have been knocked out. When that explosion might have knocked him out for a half a second, and he might not have even been able to pull his damn chutes. Maybe that's why they didn't come out, and that's why he hit lost control of the vehicle. That was a hell of an explosion. So maybe that's the explanation of why the chutes didn't come out, because he was unconscious at the time, and he wasn't able to pull them. But like I say, I've been thinking about it, for the last 3 days, because I really like John Force, because he's a legend in the drag, and I just hope that God, steps in and helps this man recover and get back out of the hot, because he's 75 years old. So I just want to wish him and his family the best of luck, and hopefully John will hear some good news in the next couple of days. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Eagle, I'm looking at your list of locations. Yeah, around the country, most states, there's, 2-3 locations, Hooters, that are shuttering their doors. But there's a boatload of them in Texas. Locations shuttering: Arlington, Baytown, Beaumont, Texas, Bryan, the downtown Fort Worth location, Galveston, Kirby, Texas, Laredo, Louisville, Lubbock, McAllen, Texas, San Antone, San Angelo, Seabrook, Waco, Wichita Falls. Like 16 locations in the state of Texas. See, he mentioned Alabama. There's only 2. I don't think that's the one he frequents. They've got Homewood and Huntsville, Alabama. 3 in Florida: Lakewood, Orange Park, and West Palm Beach. In Georgia, Brunswick, Hiram, Macon, and Madison Yards. Let's see. 1 in Illinois. That's the Springfield location. Indiana, Castleton and Clarksville. Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville and Richmond, the 2 Kentucky locations. In the state of Missouri, you've got Florissant, Independence, and North Kansas City. 3 in North Carolina: Greenville, Jacksonville, Uptown, Charlotte. Oklahoma City, the 1 location shuttering in Oklahoma. Columbia East in South Carolina. Memphis in Tennessee. And then you've got 1 in Manassas, Virginia. That's the 41 locations that they actually published shutting their doors. Several local news reports said many of those locations abruptly closed their doors last weekend. Some of them may have actually closed over the past few months. But Hooters, just the latest chain to abruptly close several locations. Of course, Red Lobster shuttered more than 90 locations before filing for bankruptcy. Now, despite these closures, Hoosiers said their 41-year-old brand remains highly resilient and relevant. We're looking forward to continue serving our guests at home, on the go, and at our restaurants here in the U.S. and around the globe. So, yes, hey, there's a lot of competition out there comes to the food joints. The Hooters that I'm aware of in our area, You hear me talking so often about Roosters restaurants, which is, I think, more of a regional thing in our area with a number of locations. But my wife and my mom love Roosters. Well, that particular restaurant we go to is directly across the street from a Hooters restaurant. Of course, my mom and my wife, I don't think they're all that much interested in seeing the chicks with their scantily clad Hooters outfits. I'd be more inclined to go across the street, but, what can I say? We'll be right back.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives
At
are
Hot
sold.
Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, let's head out west. Where are we checking into? Somewhere in the land of Utah or land of the Mormons? Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I'm getting close here to Green River, Utah. So heading back to Apple Turkey. Well, let's see here. Congratulations to the Volunteers. They put up a good fight and a good show, and A&M finished second in the College World Series. Did you hear that head coach of Texas A&M baseball is going to the University of Texas? He's going to become a damn tea sipper. He's going to be there with the rest of the liberal idiots, drinking his hot tea with a pinky in the air and having cream and sugar with it. That's something else, I tell you. There just ain't no damn loyalty these days. So, anyways, and as far as Hooters is concerned, well, at least there's Twin Peaks. Y'all got them down your way?
I've heard of them. I'm not familiar if there's one in our area, but I've never been to one.
Oh, I've never been to one either, but I sure see them. I see a lot of Twin Peaks out there, that's for sure. And we ain't talking restaurants. Ugh. So, anyways. Well, what else we got going on? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the debate. I wonder if they're going to treat Trump the same way as they treated his campaign manager on CNN when she was trying to, read off and speak the truth about Tapper.
They shut her down.
Being anti-Trump.
Shut her down.
Yeah. So the question is that what they're going to do to Trump when he starts speaking the truth about Biden's presidency, which is, we all know, is a damn disaster. Thank you, Captain Obvious. I tell you, it's a crying damn shame. But you know, he wanted a debate, and CNN said, "Well, you know what? If we offer it to him, he'll never agree to it." I think they're surprised that he said, "Yeah," and like, now what do we do? I'm glad Fox has got it. Want to have it televised on their stations. I don't know what they call that, but you know, when you're televising from another broadcasting agency. But I'll guarantee you one thing: they'll have more viewers watching on Fox, the simulcast. That's the word, of the CNN debate. So that ought to be interesting. Now, Pappy we were talking, I was listening, and I'm sorry, my headset's all messed up. I was listening to Pappy today, and he was talking about me saying something about the illegal aliens being in the military, do 4 years in citizenship. I saying at the time was, yeah, well, what are the in the military for 4 years? Are we going to have to provide interpreters from all different countries to yell at them the same way the drill instructor would yell at them? They've all.
I'm not sure exactly where Senor Heatwave is. He did say somewhere in Utah, but I think you're kind of like in between cell zones, or maybe he's down in the gully or something. I'll put you on hold. We'll try to come back, okay? All right, when that news break just ahead. Chris is on board. We'll hear from the Scarecrow. Daryl Horsefeather is going to be checking in. Okay. First, let me take you. I know we do have always some Canadian listeners out there. And we've got some tuned in this morning. As a matter of fact, who we got here? We got, a handful in Australia. 11 Australians on board? Well, hi there. Good to have you with us. His name was not on the ballot, but Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is being cited as the big loser after his Liberal Party suffered a defeat in a special election to fill a seat in Canada's Parliament. Liberals have held this seat in Toronto, St. Paul's since 1993. But on Monday, the Liberal candidate Leslie Church, a former chief of staff to the finance minister, was defeated by the Conservative candidate Don Stewart. According to Politico, the former Conservative campaign manager called this election Trudeau's last stand. Another says, what a disaster for the Liberals. That's the editor-in-chief of the election projection website, 338 Canada. Liberals should be concerned that public opinion polls showing frustration with their party is not some sort of a blip or aberration. According to a professor at Acadia University in Nova Scotia, he said Conservatives who have previously failed to win in Canada's major urban cores have penetrated Fortress Toronto. Now, Canada is expected to hold national elections in the fall of next year. Justin's position is seriously weakened inside the party, and some are saying, the pressure on Trudeau to announce that he'll be stepping down is now insurmountable. They're calling for Justin Trudeau to resign. Big news north of the border there.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 14 years, Julian Assange walks out as a free man. He pled guilty in a US court as part of a plea deal. The WikiLeaks founder is now headed to Australia. He has won his freedom in exchange for pleading guilty to breaking the Espionage Act in a deal with the US government. Chris Gilbert has more.
For the first time in 14 years, Julian Assange is a free man. after spending 1,900 days in Belmarsh prison in the UK and years in exile in London's Ecuadorian embassy. A US judge has ruled that his time already served fulfills a sentence for breaking the Espionage Act for leaking sensitive US government documents. Assange pled guilty, conceding he did violate the Espionage Act, but maintains the law is contradictory to the First Amendment, which he claims he should be protected under as a journalist. He's returning to Canberra with former Australian Prime Minister and current Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd on a chartered flight, the same plane that swept Taylor Swift from Japan to the US in time for the Super Bowl.
The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has said that indiscriminate attacks on convoys are impeding the delivery of aid to Gaza. It's now emerged that senior UN officials have told Israel they will suspend aid operations unless urgent steps are taken to better protect humanitarian workers. Jody Jacobs is more.
While UN officials here in New York have neither confirmed nor denied the letter sent to the Israeli authorities, they have, however, stressed the urgent need to secure aid convoys in Gaza.
Attacks on humanitarian aid workers and facilities are unacceptable, must cease immediately, and should all be investigated.
The UN says no final decision on suspending operations across Gaza has yet been made, and that talks with the Israelis were ongoing. Already aid deliveries are suspended from the US-built pier in Gaza by the World Food Programme over security concerns. Jody Jacobs, New York.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that infant deaths in Texas spiked after the state banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The so-called Heartbeat Bill took effect in 2021 before Roe was overturned. Tony Waterman has more.
The study shows that infant death spiked nearly 13% in Texas in the year after the bill was passed, compared to a 2% increase nationwide. The researchers believe the likely cause was a corresponding jump in babies born with congenital anomalies, the leading cause of death in infants. The data could foreshadow what's happening in other states. Since Roe was overturned 2 years ago, 14 states have banned abortions outright, while 3 others have implemented their own heartbeat bills. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get back at it here. Let me try again, see if he's got out of the cell hell. Are you back with us, Senor Heatwave?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here. I just wish the voice was still there. Yeah, Pappy, I heard Pappy was saying that I had said something about illegal aliens doing 4 years in the military to get citizenship. And I think what I was saying at the time was, is that what the Democrats are going to propose? And, you know, if they don't speak English, how in the hell are they going to learn from an English-speaking drill instructor? Are they going to be bringing translators? And they've already shown that they cannot follow the rules. I mean, no, I think that's what I was trying to say. You know, get them out of here. Tell them you either come in the right way or you just don't come in here at all. So, anyways, and I did look, Pappy, and the cigarette packing contraptions, I found them for $63. Backs of the box, 1,000 rolls would be like $4.50, and the tobacco will be about $16. So I told Lady Heatwave, I says, I ain't buying her another damn cigarette.
Uh-oh.
She's like, what? I said, you're going to be rolling your damn own. I says, I ain't going to be paying, you know, after the initial payout. I ain't going to be paying $70 for 2 damn cartons every time you want to smoke. So she was okay with it. Maybe that'll get her to quit. I don't know. So did you get a new service this week or something?
Yes, that is
as far as, you know,
Feature Story News, FSN, which is kind of a global news outlet. Yes.
Boy, they all talk like they got something shoved up their hind end, don't they? All prim and proper.
I think they're. I mean, they've got. I mean, most of them. I think they're a British outlet.
Well, that could be the reason why. You know, East Indians and British. Oh well, they're a uppity bunch, anyways. I had run into a situation in Cortez, Colorado, with the Love's truck stop over there yesterday morning. I'd gone ahead and got fuel there. It read my fuel card, and it allegedly read my rewards card. When I went inside, I noticed on the receipt it didn't have my rewards. So when I asked them about it, they said they could not amend the rewards. And I said, well, why not? And they says, well, they've had some unscrupulous employees load up cards with points, even without getting fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, that ain't my damn problem. I said, you know, I need you to do this now. They says, no, I had to call corporate. And I'm thinking, you know, that is pretty damn sad. You know, it's like, well, fire your damn employees that are doing this and ban them permanently from working at a Love's. Show something there that disincentivizes this kind of, you know, behavior. But damn, you know, so now I got to call corporate and get them to make amends for the fuel purchase that I had. I swear, you know, it's pretty damn sad. I told them, I says, well, next time I come in here, you're going to have everything under glass because you just can't trust any damn buddy. But I've only had that issue with Cortez, Colorado, that location over there by the port of entry. Everywhere else seems like they're okay, but I've not had a problem anywhere else with the loyalty card system. So, you know, if bad luck was good luck, I'd be winning lotteries every other week. So I better let you go because my voice.
Yeah, you got to get another throat lozenge. I think we're going on like 2 months now. 2 months. Yeah, dealing with the vocal cord thing there. What's happening, Scarecrow?
Steve, I hate to repeat the same old story over and over. A But you were on the subject of Hooters there for a bit. Now, I know I shared this story, I don't know, 3 years back, but Steve, I saved a Hooters waitress from sure disaster. It would have been an awful, awful situation. I'd been in the men's room, and this particular restaurant had the coffee nook in a bad location. It had just a tiny little hallway, and regardless, the serving staff, they had to cross in front of the doors of the restroom to get to this coffee nook. Well, as a waitress, they're pushed, so I'm assuming she had just set the pot down on the coffee machine and whipped back around, and Steve, we collided when I came out that door, and I pretty much had to break her fall. She did not hit the floor, but my good fortune is that our table was kind of not in a direct line of sight with the restroom door, so my bride did not witness it, but you'd think it was my birthday for all the other hoots and hollers and cheering that took place in the restaurant. So yeah, there are others that witnessed that. As long as they're talking drag racing a little bit there too, I think it was, Philip, he brought up Don Garlett's name there for a moment. And I referenced before, certain individuals play such a key part in the history of drag racing, and Don Garlett's, if he's not at the very top, it's in the top 3 or 4. And yeah, it was actually a clutch explosion that took off part of his foot, and that's the last front motor dragster that he ever pedaled. He came up with the rear motor dragster, and they laughed and scoffed at him when he first brought that on the track, but you look at what that's developed into today. So yeah, he is a major player there. That's not to take anything away from John Force either. He is an amazing individual there. Kind of a side note about the clutch itself there, Steve. Now, that technology has certainly changed, and I have not kept up with it. There may be servos and such involved, in the action of that clutch, but unlike drag racing, tractor pulling, they use the same type of clutch. It's a slipper clutch. Tractor pulling, you're aiming to lock that up, whereas in drag racing, you are counting on that clutch to bleed off all that excess horsepower on the lower end. And that, if you were to try and throw that kind of horsepower at it right on the line, those tires, they would never, ever be able to, hook up. So a clutch man that knows his game, he is worth his weight in gold. It's been that way all through the years that, the races, won or not, right within the clutch there. If it locks up too soon, or if it doesn't, there's not enough pressure, so it slips too much and scorches the plates. You'll see between rounds, they'll pull these discs out. These things will be smoking. They've burnt and gotten so hot that short order. So yeah, it's kind of it's an interesting process. If you think of a chainsaw clutch or like go-kart clutch, somewhat the same scenario. There's bob weights in there that pivot, and the higher the RPM, the more friction they lay against the discs and whatnot. There might be. I think our tractor, it had 3 discs in. But it wouldn't surprise me if a nitro motor, they might have 6 or 7 discs or more. I think, technology fails me, but Steve, let's see. Angel Has Fallen. That was the name of that movie I was trying to think of last night, and Cue Ball kind of brought that to mind again when he was talking about that drone. Now, Cue Ball, if you're still listening there, there's a movie came out a number of years back now, in which a rogue Secret Service agent used facial recognition to target these drones with explosives on board, and he took all these faces from the presidential detail, and I'm guessing Angel was probably their code name for the president there, Steve. But yeah, that technology, as far-fetched as it seems, all these drones, they wiped out the presidential detail there, and it's technology. It's there today. And that's kind of scary, man. Where else was I going to go with this here? There's a lot of different directions here, Steve, but yeah, here we are. Well, gonna have to. Oh yeah, that's right. Now back to cue ball again. He's talking about the fuel systems and such. Well, trucking companies in general, it's all about the nickel and dime. It's not about safety, period. Now, I've talked about my hate relationship to these pod-style mirrors that they put on these trucks today. Now, a wind tunnel will show, there's just a minuscule fuel improvement with these type of mirrors as opposed to the old West Coast. But Steve, I'm sitting here right now. I look over to my right. There's about a 24-inch long blind spot, with the exception of maybe about a 3-inch wide gap between the pillar and the head of the mirror. See, that blind spot, that'll hide a semi tractor trailer rig sitting in a stop sign or stop light. Now, where are the safety directors in these trucking firms across the country that, the OEMs, they can be forced to go back to the West Coast style mirror, if enough customers raise hell about it. But no, it's all about that extra nickel they might save on a day's operation.
Right.
Heck with the safety of the driver and convenience and all way. But we'll leave it at that for now. You said you got a couple others in the wings there, so we'll give them a little airtime and do it again tomorrow, man.
All right, and that'll be Friday Eve, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it's already Hump Day, so tomorrow, Friday Eve. What do we have here? Let's get to the anonymous hippopotamus. Yes, sir?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Gary, Your Honor. So, did I catch this right? Did I understand Eagle to say that he was comparing Hooters to family restaurants, or calling a Hooters a family restaurant? Because he said something about Hooters and then other family restaurants where, the prices were going up and people couldn't afford to go there. And I'm thinking I didn't realize that Hooters was on the list of family restaurants.
Hooters is... Are you trying to say they're not a family restaurant? Absolutely. Kids are welcome. Kids are welcome at Hooters.
I know. That's right. Come down, play in the hills of Tennessee. No, wait a minute. Anyways, so anyways, one in the Inner Harbor of Baltimore is also on the list of either closed or closing or will no longer be there. There was some unhappy smiley faces with some posts on Facebook. So I guess Cue Ball talked a little bit about the CNG tank there on the trucks.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about them. The big thing is it's all vapor in those tanks because it's compressed gas. There shouldn't be liquid in it. I don't believe. Says I say I'm not totally sure, but the thing is that's where my tank I run liquid. I have liquefied petroleum gas, and so what would normally vent off in an upright position, if anything happens and the trailer isn't in its normal upright position, then what vents off is liquid. It doesn't vent off as gas. And so you gotta kind of pay attention to where things are. And I would assume, I mean, I know when I've seen the deals there with the trucks with the big boxes on the back, and I think those are the liquid ones there. They don't seem to have a lot of labeling to what they are. So number one, the general public, of course, they don't have a clue what I have going down the road looking at my trailer.
Right.
But a lot of people, you know, it's hard to recognize exactly what's in it. And the way those boxes look on the back of trucks, I mean, unless you really realize that's their fuel cell, you don't realize, and you know, you're probably not looking for a sticker or a label on it saying that it's, you know, something that's going to be really bad if it's involved in a fire and all that. So,
well, before Q-Ball's call, and what prompted him to call, and you might have been out of the truck, that was the story where the firefighters that were injured in that massive explosion back in February there with the CNG truck that exploded there, they're suing.
Yeah.
They're suing now because they approached the truck and they said they didn't see any sort of markings letting them know that was natural gas. And you know, they also said something that the tank should have had some sort of a vent of some sort rather than exploding like that. And that's what you're not sure if they would have a vent on that or not?
Yeah, they have to vent it. Somehow they have to have a vent in them. Now, whether the vent would work enough or whether what happens is a lot of times is when you have the rupture of that type of tank from heat, is the inside gets hotter than what the tank itself can handle. Now, I would assume those tanks are probably made out of stainless steel, but they would look a lot like a polished aluminum tank. So on approach to the truck, you wouldn't recognize them as being different than a diesel tank, and especially if you're out in any type of time when it's dark or anything, you wouldn't recognize those tanks as being anything different. So there should be, you know, there's going to have to be some sort of labeling or something that, you know, expresses that it's that, you know, different type of fuel system. There's gonna, you know, I don't know how to do it, but whether they're painted a whole different color or what they do to make the tanks appear to be different than normal diesel tanks. But the thing that goes with that is everybody paints their tanks if they want to, the diesel tanks, or polishes them up, or everybody makes them look their own way. So I don't know. It's going to be a hard thing to figure. But the thing is I think that truck was still in its upright position on its wheels, so there shouldn't have been an issue with venting if that was. But the only thing is that if it gets to the point that it's overheated enough that the venting can't handle all of it, then it finds the weakest point in the tank, and then that's what causes the rupture. And also, when the liquid, if it was a liquid in that tank, if the liquid starts to boil, then that creates excessive pressure very fast, and that's where you come up with the boiling liquid explosion. There's a term for it called BLEVE, and I forget exactly what the other two letters represent, but that's normally what sends, like, propane rail cars when they're involved in a derailment, and that they'll fly for about a mile when the tank itself ruptures and the gas propels them out through the boiling liquid, vapor, burning, all that combination. And as I said, way back in the early 70s, there was a small fire department upstate New York there along Interstate, but before it was 88, it was US 7, but they actually lost their whole fire department due to a rail car explosion that way. So,
wow.
And the rail car was just probably just shy of a mile away from the tracks where it finally landed. But anyways, it's very violent, and of course we saw that in all the videotape, just of that small tank that was a saddle tank of a truck.
Yep.
So anyways, that's about all I can kind of do with that. I'll have to see if I can look into those a little bit more and see what I can dig up on that for you. So we'll see what we can come up with.
Very good. Have a great morning there, Horse Feathers, and we'll chat maybe tomorrow night. Head on over to Daryl. Good morning.
Good morning. How's Steve and how's Stryker?
All doing well. Hump Day is here, and how about yourself? How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Celebrated 36 years of marriage yesterday and went out to the Miller on the Mill in Westchester. If you ever get out there, you can find you a great steak dinner. I had best steak that I've found in this area in years and years.
Really?
How is the young man's leg? How's the young man's leg that...
For whatever reason, they would not sign off on the MRI Monday. I don't know. I haven't talked directly to him, but the princess wasn't real happy about it. So something about that they've got to get the prior authorization, and they didn't give him the okay for the MRI. I don't know if they're waiting to give it a few days to see if it begins to naturally heal or what the hell they're doing.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, he's in my prayers, and I know them things can be tricky. So I'll let you go. Enjoyed your show tonight.
Hey, thank you for chiming in here. You have a great day yourself there, Daryl. Yeah, I need to get a hold of young Steven. I think he was supposed to have the MRI on Monday, right? So, yeah, it was yesterday, last evening, Tuesday morning's show. I asked the princess how things went with the MRI, and she said they wouldn't sign off on it. I said, what do you mean? I don't know. Are they that costly? Or I don't know. Like I said, I'll have to get a hold of him and see what's going on. Well, one last tidbit. You ever think, what if you really did hit it big? What if the Carolina Monkey Gouger, who's out there in Reno as we speak, he said Lady Luck turned around and he was actually up a few $100. What if he really hit it big? Would you just keel over, like have a heart attack? A man reportedly suffering a heart attack after winning what would have been a $2.95 million U.S. or $4 million in their currency at a casino in Singapore. He didn't die, but the video showing the guy lying on the floor at the Marion Bay Sands Casino, where the video went viral. The unidentified man, believed to have been overly excited over his $3 million win, reportedly suffered cardiac arrest while staff and emergency responders tried to revive him amid all the screaming and the shouting of other patrons around him. Now, many social media have claimed that the guy died at the casino. No, he was taken to the hospital. He is recovering. He's expected to enjoy his riches once back to full health. And one asks, are casinos actually still obliged to pay out a jackpot if a gambler dies while winning but before collecting their cash? And the answer to that apparently is yes. A casino game is a contract, and believe it or not, death does not change a contract. All right, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Have a safe day out there. Thanks for joining us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but